Chapter 1. All I Can Make. Our Anime Cards. It was a scorching summer day in Nova Eden, deep within the residential sector of Harmony Hills. Russell blinked awake, dazed and disoriented. The TV in the corner was still on, droning out a news report in a crisp, mechanical voice. Master-ranked cardmaker, Yama, real name Byron White, has officially arrived in Nova Eden. Local authorities extend a formal welcome. White is widely regarded as the foremost expert in the Netherborn archetype. His arrival is tied to the recent instability of the offshore rift zone, codenamed Devil's Nest. Sources suspect the Hollowed Tongues cult may be behind the latest wave of activity. Citizens are urged to report unusual behavior immediately. The broadcast hit Russell like static through a frayed wire. Then, memories struck like a freight train. Did I transmigrate? He muttered, gripping the bedframe. In his old life, Russell had been a burnout anime fan and unemployed illustrator. After months of joblessness, crushed by the AI art boom, he'd drowned himself in cheap liquor, only to choke to death on his own vomit. What a pathetic way to die. Oh no, my hard drive. I didn't wipe my reference folders. His face turned pale as he tried not to imagine what his friends or family might discover. Not his problem anymore. Because now, his mind was filled with someone else's life. A different world. This one was called Blue Star. It looked like Earth on the surface, but here, power came from a single elite profession, card-making. At first, history had followed familiar lines, until the event known as Riftfall. Cracks tore across the sky and land, linking the world to hostile dimensions teeming with monsters. In the chaos, a lone borderland warrior named Colin Stroud vanished into one of the rifts. Everyone assumed he was dead. He returned blood-soaked and victorious, clutching the world's first-ever card. Just like that, everything changed. The crumbling old dominion suddenly had an edge. Over 6 centuries, card-making became the dominant system of power, transforming the dominion into the world's superpower. The royal family was now ceremonial. Real authority lay with the council, and card-makers were its elite caste. Russell scratched his head. Okay, I get it. This world runs on cards and plot twists. In this new life, he'd inherited the body of a teenager, same name, Russell, preparing to become a card maker. But that Russell had pulled one too many all-nighters and dropped dead from exhaustion. And now, Russell had a second shot, and a system built around something he actually loved. Please let this be a protagonist-type setup. He grabbed the dusty Mythic Lore Compendium, revised edition 4.8. His heart leapt, until he flipped through the pages. Wait, I don't know any of this crap. He could name a few gods and monsters, but crafting myth-grade cards required insane detail and lore accuracy. He had none of that. So much for being a legendary cardsmith. He tossed the book aside and reached for another. Narrative Building for System-Based Cardmakers, by Redmayne. One line stood out. If your concept is consistent and your logic solid, fictional constructs can manifest as real cards. Russell froze. Wait, does that mean anime counts? His eyes lit up. He might not know ancient mythologies, but anime. He lived that stuff. Hundreds of series, thousands of characters, worlds, arcs, power systems, all burned into his brain. Maybe this wasn't a setback. Maybe it was a shortcut. He kept reading about card crafting, mental strength, material components, narrative logic, visual design. Of the 4, mental strength was the only one he didn't have to worry about. Maybe due to transmigration, his mental strength already registered at Black Iron rank, the baseline for novice cardmakers. Still, the process was brutal. Cardmaking demanded creativity, discipline, and costly resources. But if you succeeded, you lived like royalty. He took a deep breath. Time to face this new life's mess. Loan debt, fantastic. According to the original Russell's memories, his parents had died during a rift invasion. All they'd left behind was this old house and barely enough money to survive high school. To fund his training, Russell had taken a desperate gamble. He borrowed 100,000 credits from a debt corp. If he didn't pay it back within a month, the house would be seized. High-stakes tutorial level. Perfect. But there was a silver lining. Becoming a certified cardmaker would earn him a 150,000 credit scholarship from Nova Eden First Academy. Enough to wipe out his debt and cover his future. But if he failed, I'll be homeless before midterms. The clock was ticking. Russell booted up his battered old PC and logged into the Cardmaker Association Material Exchange, an online shop tied to one's rank. As a Black Iron novice, his access was restricted to entry-level materials. Creatures. Rookie Pirate White, Elite Swordsman Blue, Snake-Faced Wraith Green, Corpse Hound Green, Noose Spirit Blue, Avenging Shade Green, Equipment, Katana Green, Run a Steel Armor Blue, Curved Saber Green, Basic Training Gear White. Russell drummed his fingers. He needed a working card, fast. Then his eyes lit up. I think I've got it. He added to his cart. Elite Swordsman Blue, Avenging Shade Green, Katana Green. Blank card template. Total, 92,500 credits. Painful, but manageable. He grit his teeth and clicked confirm purchase. Let's go. All or nothing. As the transaction processed, a strange emptiness washed over him. He leaned back and shut his eyes, prepping for what came next. Half an hour later, tap, 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 a snow-white bird with an oversized head pecked at the window. A small messenger bag hung from its neck. What the hell? A cuckoo courier, according to memory. A white tire support creature used for city deliveries. Russell opened the window. The bird plucked out a sealed envelope and held it out with its beak. Then it pecked a button on its bag. Please confirm the delivery, chirped a cheerful female voice. He checked the contents. Elite Swordsman Blue, Avenging Shade Green, Katana Green, Blank card template, all here, Russell said. He reached to pat the bird. It jumped back and pecked another button. Please do not touch delivery personnel during active hours. With a huff, the bird flapped away. Russell watched it vanish over the rooftops, a small smile tugging at his lips. He'd seen it now, magic, power, real cards in motion. This wasn't a dream, it was reality. All right then, he said, eyes gleaming. Let's make my first anime card. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 2, The Demon Hunter. Russell cleared off his desk and carefully laid out the 3 material cards and the blank template. In this world, card makers could forge many types of cards, creature cards, equipment cards, and more complex formats like chain cards and legion cards. But for Russell, those were distant dreams. Today, he had a single goal: create his first creature card. He closed his eyes and summoned the image from deep within his memory. It has to be you. Gripping the Schuleshoot sketch stylus, he began outlining the figure on the blank card. Sharp black hair, a calm, unwavering gaze, and a strange reddish mark across the forehead. When he finally stopped, Russell exhaled deeply. The drawing had drained more mental energy than expected. But this was just the beginning. He stacked the material cards beneath the template and slowly poured his mental force into the stack. In an instant, the world vanished. He floated alone in a quiet, starlit void. Then a prompt echoed in the darkness. Begin writing your story. Russell focused, and the tale flowed through his mind, clear as crystal. Yorichi Shigekuni, born during Japan's Warring States era. Twin brother to Mikikatsu Shigekuni. Feared by his father for a mysterious birthmark, yet adored by his brother. By age 7, his swordsmanship surpassed all others, and he was named heir. But unwilling to steal his brother's destiny, Yorichi vanished. He lived peacefully with a kind woman, Yuta, whom he married. While helping an old man, he returned home too late. Yuta and their unborn child had been slaughtered by a demon. He sat beside their bodies for 10 silent days. Afterward, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He created the original breathing styles, the foundation of all modern swordsmanship. He nearly killed Muzan, the first demon, forcing him to flee in terror. He spared Tamayo, a servant of Muzan who showed remorse. Later, his brother Mikikatsu defected and became the demon Kokushibo. For this and other reasons, Yorichi was exiled from the Corps. He passed on the legacy of sun breathing to a friend's family. At age 80, Yorichi fought his demon brother one final time, delivering a mortal blow, but dying before he could finish him. A pulse of silent energy followed. The story had been accepted. Russell opened his eyes. For a moment, shadowy shapes flickered across his vision, twisted demonic forms whispering through the veil. Then a figure appeared, stepping between him and the dark. A calm swordsman with flowing black hair, crimson eyes, and a glowing katana. Demon Hunter, Yorichi Shigekuni. Rank, Black Iron. Rarity, Purple. Type, Creature card. Abilities, Crimson Blade, channels focus into the sword's edge, devastating against demonic and shadow-type enemies, greatly reducing their regeneration. Sun breathing temporarily enhances body functions to surpass human limits. Transparent world perceives internal movements, muscle shifts, breathing rhythms, and blood flow, for near-perfect reaction speed. Trait Mark of the Slayer. When activated, all physical stats increase dramatically. Profile a peerless swordsman forged in loss, wielding the sun itself to destroy evil. Synergy deploying alongside Kokushibo Mikikatsu Sugekuni activates special ability, Bloodbound Legacy. Russell stared at the card, awestruck. I actually did it. He had forged a purple tire card on his first attempt. He understood it wasn't just skill, the narrative alignment, material synergy, and perhaps a dash of transmigration luck had all played a role. But that didn't matter. This card was real. Russell touched the card to his forehead and infused it with mental energy. The card shimmered and dissolved into light, embedding itself into his consciousness. Mentally, he reached for it, and the figure answered. A swordsman in red and black robes stood in his mindscape, katana at rest. Silent, watchful, unbreakable. Yorichi Sugekuni. Russell picked up his phone and sent a message to his advisor. 2. Mr. Willis message. Sir, I made a card. Purple rarity. Photo attached. At that exact moment, Mr. Willis nearly spilled his coffee. Purple. Is he serious? Even students in the top class at Nova Eden First High only needed a blue tire card to qualify. For an average student like Russell to claim purple was nearly unthinkable. He typed cautiously. Are you sure? If you fail the verification test, you lose your certification chance permanently. I'm sure, Russell replied. I'll take the test first thing tomorrow. Willis exhaled and nodded to himself. All right, come find me after morning announcements. If you pass, welcome to the elite track. Russell placed the phone down and finally let the tension in his chest ease. He turned again to Yorichi, still quietly standing in the corner of his mind. This is it, he whispered. My first step. Then the emergency broadcast flared to life from the still humming TV. Warning alert. Rift Zone, Devil's Nest, has entered critical instability. All residents near Sector 7 must evacuate to designated shelters immediately. Repeat, critical instability in Devil's Nest. Seek shelter now. Russell's eyes narrowed. Of course something had to go wrong. And just like that, his peaceful evening was over. 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 3. The Devil's Nest Unleashed. A shrill, high-pitched alarm pierced through the room, rattling Russell's nerves. He rushed to the window. Everything outside was cloaked in a suffocating fog. From within that haze, distant but unmistakable, came the sound of inhuman howls. The emergency broadcast looped on the TV, its synthetic voice urgent, while hurried footsteps filled the hallway outside. Opening the door, Russell saw his neighbors pouring down the stairwell in tense but orderly fashion. Across the hall, an older woman spotted him. Russell, come on, hurry, she cried, grabbing his arm. Drawn into the flow of evacuees, Russell followed the crowd. He noticed how composed they were. Nervous, yes, but not panicked. They'd done this before. In this world, rift incursions were part of daily life. People had learned to adapt. As they reached the gates of the Harmony Hills housing complex, a loudspeaker crackled overhead. Warning: rescue card makers have been deployed. Citizens are advised to remain calm and await assistance. But the fog pressed in from all directions, thick and unnatural. No one dared step beyond the gate. They all knew the truth. Rift spawn could only be fought using cards, and only trained card makers had the power to resist them. Ordinary people were defenseless. Even white tire cards, like courier chickens used for mail, required baseline card-making talent. Most citizens barely had that. Murmurs of unease rippled through the crowd. This was a large residential zone. Too large. Would the Cardmaker Association arrive in time? And this wasn't just any rift. This was the Devil's Nest, the largest, most unstable zone in the entire region. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the far edge of the crowd. Monsters! They're here, rift spawn from the Devil's Nest. Dozens of glowing red eyes appeared in the mist. Someone near the front reacted fast. Go, Hound Patrol! With a flick of his hand, a young man activated a card. Hound Patrol White Tire Creature card summons a random trained canine. A sleek German shepherd emerged, teeth bared and ready. Take them down, the man shouted. The dog bolted into the mist. At first, snarling, barking, snapping. Then a sharp yelp. Silence. The crowd fell still. The card user went pale. A child began to cry. Where are the card makers? They only care about protecting the rich. I don't want to die. Mom, where are you? And then the creatures stepped into view, 7 Golfians, skeletal beasts with warped limbs and gore-slicked jaws. 3 still had chunks of flesh hanging from their fangs. Russell's breath hitched, but he didn't panic. His inherited memory told him everything he needed to know. Golfians were low-level rift spawn. Any competent cardmaker with decent materials could take them out. What worried him wasn't what he saw. It was what might come next. The Flesh Lord, for example, one of the infamous horrors lurking deep within the Devil's Nest. But still, he couldn't just stand by. Something in him, whether carried from his old life or born anew, refused to let innocent people die. He stepped forward, but a familiar hand gripped his arm. Don't, warned Aunt May, her voice trembling. Russell, don't be reckless. He gave her a calm smile. It's okay, Aunt May. I'm a card maker now. She blinked. But, before she could finish, he gently slipped free. He walked toward the front. People stared. Who's that? Is he crazy? Get back here before you get yourself killed. But Russell didn't stop. The Golfians hissed and snarled, pacing like wolves just beyond reach. He touched his forehead. A violet glow surged outward. And suddenly, he wasn't alone. Yorichi Shigekuni stepped into the fog beside him, blade sheathed at his hip. The crowd gasped. A card maker. He summoned a real combat unit. We're saved, but he's just a kid. Russell blocked out the noise. He looked to Yorichi and said quietly, Go. You know what to do. The swordsman gave a single nod, and drew his blade. The moment it cleared its sheath, the air shimmered with heat. Then he vanished. One Golfian dropped, its head sailing clean off its shoulders. The others lunged, shrieking. Yorichi bent his knees, sword glowing with radiant energy. He spun once, his blade arcing like the sun. A perfect circular slash. All 6 remaining monsters were bisected in one fluid motion. Silence. Then came the cheers. Russell stared, stunned. He'd known purple tire cards were powerful, but this. According to Cardmaker Association benchmarks, even a blue tire combat unit could handle only 5 Golfians at best. Yorichi had taken out 7. Instantly, Russell moved forward and swept his mental force across the fallen rift spawn. 7 cards shimmered into his palm. Golfiant green tier summoning material times 7 estimated market value, 20,000 credits each. He'd just made over 140,000 credits in less than a minute. No wonder cardmakers were considered the elite. But before he could savor it, Yorichi raised his blade again and stepped in front of him protectively. Something else was coming. From deep within the mist, a massive silhouette emerged. Russell tensed. This thing was big, far bigger than a Golfiand. Could Yorichi handle it? Then, a lazy voice drifted through the haze. Apologies. Ran into a gluttonous behemoth on the way. Took longer than expected. I'm not late, am I? The fog parted. A 2-story tall silver wolf padded into view, glowing eyes sweeping across the street. Its fur shimmered with raw power, muscles rippling beneath its frame. The wolf locked eyes with Russell. Whoa, did you solo all those ghouls? It said, grinning with sharp white teeth. Not bad, kid. Russell blinked. Quote. You talk, not me, the voice came from right beside him now. Russell turned, and nearly jumped out of his skin. A man in a ridiculous floral shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops was standing next to him, casually sipping from a bubble tea. Yo, name's Zephyr, the man said with a wink. Senior at Westbridge University, Cardmaker Division. The silver wolf strutted over and let him scratch behind its ear. Easy, Moonfang, don't scare the newbie. Russell stared at the wolf, then back at Zephyr. Maybe the situation wasn't under control yet. But at least now, he wasn't facing it alone. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 4, The Judge of Shadows. New Metro First High, Russell, he said, breathing a sigh of relief as he saw the official insignia on the newcomer's uniform. It was a cardmaker from the association. The newly arrived cardmaker, a young man named Zephyr Flynn, looked at the corpses of the zombies scattered on the ground, his eyes wide with amazement. All 7 had been killed with a single, clean blow. It was obvious that Russell's card was far more powerful than a standard blue quality creation. The quality of your card is more than just blue, isn't it? Zephyr asked, his voice filled with curiosity. Russell nodded. It's purple. But then his own worries surfaced. My card. I just made it today. I haven't had time to register it with the Cardmakers Association. Will I be in trouble? As an uncertified, wild card maker, he was technically not allowed to use cards above blue quality in public. He was worried he'd be held accountable by the association. Zephyr was stunned. He had assumed the young man before him was a prospective college student, maybe a recent graduate of an elite high school. For a university student, making a purple quality iron level card after years of study wouldn't be completely unheard of. But he hadn't expected Russell to be a complete novice, one who had just made his very first card. It's okay, Zephyr said with a reassuring smile. I'll report the situation here to the association exactly as it happened. But you're very talented, kid. I hope to see you at New Metro University next year. Although he was surprised, as a student of the university's prestigious card-making department, Zephyr had seen his fair share of geniuses. He clapped Russell on the shoulder. Don't worry, Russell. If anything, I think the association will reward you for your actions today. After all, if it weren't for you, the residents here would have probably. He trailed off, shaking his head. After receiving the order from the association, he had ridden his mount, Luna, at full speed towards the Happy Home complex. But on the way, he had encountered a silver-level gluttony beast, a delay that had cost him precious time. If Russell hadn't been here, the consequences would have been disastrous. The association wouldn't hold him responsible for the delay. Of course, no one could predict what monsters they would encounter in the fog. Putting his thoughts aside, Zephyr put on a nonchalant smile and raised his voice. All right, residents of Happy Home, I will now escort you all to the shelter in the Evergrove district. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, violent fluctuation of power rippled through the sky, causing everyone present to look up in awe. A colossal, divine figure had appeared high above the city of New Metro. It stared towards the direction of the Demon's Nest secret realm, its eyes devoid of joy or sorrow. A majestic voice boomed across the heavens, a voice that seemed to be the very judgment of the world itself. Spirit Begging Society, this time, you have crossed the line. As the words fell, the huge figure simply exhaled. A single, light breath. It washed over the city like a divine wind, and the thick, unnatural fog that had blanketed New Metro was blown away in an instant. At the same time, every monster that had been rampaging within the fog dissolved into black and gray smoke, vanishing without a trace. Russell stared blankly at the scene in the sky, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Can a card maker be this powerful? With just one breath, the crisis that had paralyzed the entire city was resolved. He couldn't help but ask Zephyr, who stood beside him, equally awestruck. Zephyr, which card maker is that? Zephyr looked up at the sky, his expression one of deep reverence. He slowly uttered the name, each word heavy with meaning. That is the master card maker. Blake Whitmore. His core card is Bao Zheng, Judge of the Fifth Court. Yan Luo. It was only in this moment that Russell truly understood what that title represented. Just then, a hoarse, piercing laugh echoed throughout the now clear skies of New Metro. Blake Whitmore. Blake Whitmore. You can protect them for a moment, but can you protect them for a lifetime? The divine figure was silent for a long time before it spoke again. As long as I, Blake Whitmore, still draw breath, this coastline will never be lost. What's more, with young Eve in the Federation, would you truly dare to tear our worlds apart? The hoarse voice, sounding as if it were being strangled, just sneered. I'm afraid young Eve Street. Claire won't be able to hold on for many more years. Time is on our side. We can wait and see. As the conversation ended, the huge figure of Bao Zheng, Judge of the Fifth Court, slowly dissipated in the sky. Russell's eye twitched. The Spirit Begging Society wasn't all-powerful, but their threats were persistent and unnerving. Seeing that the situation had finally stabilized, Zephyr turned and clapped his hands to get the residents' attention again. All right, everyone, you saw it for yourselves. Master Blake Whitmore has thwarted the conspiracy of the Spirit Begging Society. You can all return to your homes now. As the residents began to disperse, he turned back to Russell. Russell, today seems like the perfect day for it. Do you want to come back to the association with me now to get registered? Russell thought about it. Even if he didn't go today, His homeroom teacher would surely make him go tomorrow. All right, he nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Zephyr. Seeing him agree, Zephyr materialized 2 sets of saddles from a card. It was worth noting that while a card maker could only possess one of any given creature card, there was no upper limit to the number of crop cards they could own. His mount, Luna, crouched down beside them at the right time. Come on, Zephyr said, tossing a saddle to Russell and hopping onto Luna's back. Riding Luna back will be faster. Russell followed suit, swinging himself onto the creature's back. As they took off, feeling the wind whistle past his ears, he asked curiously, Zephyr, are mounts like this allowed on the roads? Zephyr, scrolling through messages on his phone in the association's group chat, replied casually, oh, yeah. As long as a rideable creature card is registered with the association, it can be used on public roads. Same goes for vehicle-type crop cards. Russell nodded thoughtfully. Do humanoid cards count as rideable creatures? Quote. Zephyr put down his phone and looked at Russell, completely blank-faced. Quote. I was kidding, but Zephyr seemed to have recalled something. Actually, I think it's okay. I remember hearing about a female card maker at Capital University who likes to ride around on a muscular man card. Ah, now it was Russell's turn to be confused. He had genuinely just been joking. Feeling that this was a dangerous topic to pursue, Russell quickly changed the subject. Zephyr, how do you think the association will deal with me? Zephyr just shook his phone. I've already reported the situation. They just told me to bring you back first. Quote. Is it too late for me to get off now? Zephyr was amused. Don't worry. If they wanted you in custody, I'd have you in custody now. If his order had been to control Russell, he wouldn't have been so gentle. The Cardmakers Association had zero tolerance for illegal cardmakers, people like the members of the Spirit Begging Society, who dreamed of doing something big to open the eyes of the world. As they were talking, they arrived at the Evergrove District branch of the Cardmakers Association. A middle-aged man had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Zephyr, his eyes lit up. Then he looked at Russell. You must be Russell. Zephyr told me all about you. The man stepped forward and shook Russell's hand warmly. The Evergrove District Cardmakers Association thanks you for your help, Mr. Russell. Russell was somewhat confused by the association's effusive attitude, but he wasn't the naive 18-year-old he had been just a short time ago. He understood immediately what was happening. They were planning to set him up as a role model. End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 5. No room for empty boasting. Realizing the Cardmakers Association's intention to turn him into a poster boy, Russell quickly put on a humble smile and waved his hands. No, I just did what anyone would do. I believe any well-educated citizen of the Federation would have stood up in that situation. That might not be the case, the branch president, Marcus, thought to himself. He'd seen plenty of new cardmakers freeze up when facing real monsters during their high school training. Still, he was very satisfied with Russell's understanding and media-savvy response. How about this, Russell, Marcus said, steering him inside. Let's get you officially registered as a cardmaker first, and then we can talk about the interview. A short while later, Russell stood at the entrance of the branch office, a little dazed as he looked at the official ID card in his hand. The word iron was printed on it in bold lettering. He was now an officially registered cardmaker. He thought of the ranks that stretched out before him: iron, bronze, silver, gold, emerald, diamond, master. Palace. He had only just taken the first step on a very long road. He shook himself from his thoughts, recalling what Marcus had just told him. Russell, we're going to arrange an exclusive interview for you at your school tomorrow. We'll handle all the contact with the school. The new Metro Daily will be conducting it. Is that acceptable to you? After being told he would receive a 100,000 Federation credit reward for his bravery, what complaints could Russell possibly have? The money wouldn't be transferred until after the interview and photos tomorrow, but it was a windfall he desperately needed. On the bus ride home, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw the caller ID, his homeroom teacher, Mr. Williams. Hello, teacher, what's wrong? Russell. The loud shout from the other end of the phone almost deafened him. He held the phone a little further from his ear. I'm here. Mr. Williams seemed to calm himself down. Russell, the school just informed me of your heroic act. I called you to ask if you were injured. A warmth spread through Russell's chest. No, Mr. Williams. A few zombies aren't enough to hurt me. Hearing the confidence in his student's voice, Mr. Williams felt a wave of relief. That's good. Get some rest today, and remember to tidy up your appearance tomorrow morning. That's all. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Russell couldn't help but laugh. His teacher's abrupt way of speaking was oddly endearing. The next day, Russell got up early and took the bus to school. Today was the first day back for all high schools in New Metro. Good morning, Russell, a boy with greasy hair and a new school bag said, sliding into the seat next to him. Russell nodded. Morning, Marvin. Marvin was a classmate from his year. His family ran a small business, and their relationship was amicable but not close. As Russell leaned his head against the window, lost in thought, Marvin suddenly started a conversation. So, Russell, how's your card making coming along? Seeing Marvin's wandering eyes and fidgety posture, Russell couldn't help but chuckle internally. He looked like a typical adolescent boy who had achieved something and was dying to show it off. As expected, Marvin's next sentence was a poorly feigned attempt at being casual. I got lucky, I guess. Managed to make a black iron green quality card over the summer. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. A green card on the first try meant that if he worked hard, making a blue card in the future and becoming a real card maker wasn't just a dream. He assumed that Russell, being an orphan, probably hadn't even had the resources to attempt making a card. He was ready to enjoy some well-deserved praise and admiration. He was therefore quite disappointed when Russell just said lightly, "Congratulations." Russell had no desire to engage in any face-slapping theatrics. In his eyes, Marvin was still just a kid who hadn't seen the real world. Marvin scratched his head, feeling that the Russell in front of him was very different from the one he remembered, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Ding! Arriving at New Metro First High. Please exit the bus in an orderly manner. Let's go, Russell, this is our stop, Marvin said, grabbing his bag first. As the two got off the bus, Russell saw his homeroom teacher, Mr. Williams, waiting anxiously at the school gate. Good morning, Mr. Williams, Marvin greeted him honestly. Mr. Williams nodded at him, then grabbed Russell's arm. Let's go, quickly, everyone is waiting for you. Watching his teacher hurry away with Russell in tow, practically jogging, Marvin fell into deep thought. Then, a bold and dramatic guess formed in his mind. He ran into the classroom, pushed open the door, and shouted, "Big news. I think Russell might be dropping out of school to go work." Seeing he had the attention of the entire class, Marvin loudly laid out his evidence. Russell was an orphan and probably couldn't afford tuition. He had seemed depressed and withdrawn on the bus that morning. And the homeroom teacher was waiting for him at the gate, probably to discuss his withdrawal. The class gradually came to accept Marvin's judgment. Just as a heated discussion began about whether they should start a donation fund for Russell, a very different scene was unfolding elsewhere. Mr. Williams trotted with Russell all the way to the principal's office. After catching his breath, he pushed open the door. Principal Shepard, Russell is here. Hurry, hurry, reporter Linda and President Marcus are waiting. After entering, Russell greeted them honestly. Principal Shepard, President Marcus, good morning. Marcus, the president of the Evergrove District Cardmakers Association, smiled warmly. Kid, I told you, just call me Uncle Marcus. He then gestured to a capable-looking woman in a sharp business suit. This is reporter Linda from the New Metro Daily. Reporter Linda stepped forward and shook Russell's hand. Hello, Russell, we're just going to have a brief interview. There's no need to be nervous. So, she began, can I ask why you chose to step forward in such a dangerous situation? Because the residents of the Happy Home complex needed my protection, Russell said, his words flawless and practiced. And I believe that any student from New Metro First High, or any card maker from the association, would have stood up in that situation. Hearing this, Principal Shepard beamed with satisfaction. I also heard from President Marcus that you created a purple quality card on your very first attempt. Is that correct? Reporter Linda asked next. Russell complained inwardly. This reporter really asks anything, doesn't she? Doesn't she know a cardmaker's card info is their biggest secret? But his expression remained calm. I was just lucky that the story I compiled was recognized. This is inseparable from the daily teachings of both New Metro First High and the association. Principal Shepard couldn't have been more satisfied. The boy had talent, high emotional intelligence, and was the perfect student to be the face of the school for the year. After reporter Linda finished her notes, she said, "Could I have Russell, Principal Shepard, and President Marcus stand together for a photo?" As she spoke, she took a banner from her bag and handed it to Russell. "Russell, please hold this." The banner read, "A brave man, a good boy who stands up for justice." Russell's eye twitched. He knew at a glance this cheesy banner was the school's handiwork. Holding it, he put on his best fake smile for the camera. "Very good," reporter Linda said, looking at the photos with satisfaction. "Thank you for your cooperation, Russell." "So, am I free to go back to class now?" Russell asked, seeing that there seemed to be nothing else for him. "Russell, please wait a moment," Principal Shepard called out just as he was about to leave. "The association has a reward for you, and we at New Metro First High have one for you as well." End of this chapter. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6. The face-slapping show begins. Is there really such a good thing? The thought couldn't help but cross Russell's mind. Principal Shepard smiled and picked up a booklet from his desk. "Student Russell, as a reward from the school, you may choose any one of these materials. It will be delivered to your home after school today." Russell took the booklet and looked through it carefully. It was filled with black iron-grade materials of blue quality or higher. Fine steel sword blue blood-stained jade pendant purple corpse dog body enhancement type purple. Suddenly, Russell's eyes narrowed, locking onto one specific item. "Thank you, Principal, I choose this one." Principal Shepard and the others looked at the material Russell was pointing to. Elite Ghoul purple. Seeing his choice, Marcus hesitated for a moment before offering some advice. "Russell, I would suggest you choose an item material. You could make a prop card to enhance the creature card you already have." This was the conventional wisdom. A novice cardmaker's second card was almost always a prop. It was a safer bet, it increased the combat effectiveness of their one proven success, and it avoided the high risk of wasting valuable materials on a second creature card that might fail. The first success could have been a fluke, after all. But Russell just shook his head. "Uncle Marcus, thank you for your advice. I've still decided to choose this one." Seeing that his mind was made up, the adults in the room didn't press the issue. Interfering with a cardmaker's creative process was a major taboo. "Well then, Principal Shepard, President Marcus, Mr. Williams said, I will take Russell to report to the key class first." The two men nodded slightly. As they watched the pair walk out of the office, Marcus smiled. "Old Shepard, it seems your school has produced a real seedling this time. I think you might have some confidence for the Evergrove District Joint Examination in a month." A trace of worry crossed Principal Shepard's brow. "I've heard the other schools have produced some good seedlings as well. Isn't there a rumor that a student from Evergrove First High created a gold quality card on their first try?" Marcus, however, didn't seem too concerned. The measure of a cardmaker wasn't just the quality of their cards. In his opinion, a young man like Russell, who was willing to stand up and risk his life in a crisis, was already far better than any so-called genius from another school. "Old Marcus," Principal Shepard's voice came from the side, his tone suddenly serious. "I want to ask you for a favor. In all my years, I've never asked anyone for anything. Do you want to go back and say goodbye to your old classmates?" Mr. Williams asked Russell on the way. Russell thought about it, then shook his head. "It's not like I'm graduating. We're all still in the same school. We can see each other whenever we want." "True," Mr. Williams agreed. As they were talking, they arrived at the door of the key class. The probability of producing a real cardmaker in the early years of high school was low, so New Metro First High had only a single elite class for its most promising students. "Ms. Song, could you please come out for a moment?" Mr. Williams called into the classroom. Soon, a middle-aged female teacher came to the door. "This is Russell. From today on, he is one of your students, Mr. Williams said, gesturing to Russell. Then he turned to Russell. "This is Victoria Song, a senior teacher at our school. She will be your homeroom teacher from now on." Russell nodded and greeted her. "Good morning, Ms. Song." "Hello, Russell. Go on in and get acquainted with your new classmates first," Victoria said, pushing up her glasses. She then cast a probing look at Mr. Williams. "So he's the one. As the two teachers began talking outside the window, Russell stood on the classroom podium. "Hello everyone, I'm Russell. Please take care of me in the future." He glanced around the classroom. Including him, there were 12 students in total, and only one other girl. After hearing his introduction, that girl exclaimed, "Wait, you're the Russell." He raised an eyebrow. "Do you know me?" "Of course I know you," she said with a bright smile. "You're our role model. My name is Nancy Whitemore." Her father was a gold-level card maker, and he had told her all about Russell's heroic deed last night. Russell gave a small, dumbfounded laugh, feeling as if she were being sarcastic. "It was just the association building me up." "Okay, everyone, let's quiet down for a moment," Victoria Song said, walking into the classroom. "I'm sure you all know who this is. Yesterday, during the Demon's Nest riot, Russell bravely saved an entire community of residents. Let's give him a round of applause." She took the lead, and the class followed suit. Facing everyone's curious and admiring gazes, Russell just smiled. "Anyone in my shoes would have done the same thing. Saying nice words doesn't cost anything," he thought. Ahem, Victoria cleared her throat. "Now, let's have everyone else introduce themselves." Russell walked down from the podium. As the self-introductions went on, he found that there were two people in the class who warranted special attention. One was the girl, Nancy Whitemore. Her card was the Iron-level purple, three-tailed fox. In Russell's memory, the Fox Demon series had an incredible top end, culminating in the red quality nine-tailed fox. G. The other person was a young man with a short ponytail named Darren. His card was the Iron-level purple, green zombie. The zombie series had a very smooth and powerful progression path. But Russell knew Darren. He had been a classmate of the original Russell, and because of his orphan status, Darren had taken the lead in isolating and bullying him before Mr. Williams had stepped in. Tisk, a bully who only picks on the weak, Russell thought, his eyes turning cold. "Okay," Victoria clapped her hands, getting everyone's attention. "Next, I have an announcement to make. In 1 month, our district will hold a joint examination between 4 schools. The winning school will be granted an opportunity to enter a secret realm for practical training." A secret realm. The words sent a jolt of excitement through the students. Entering a secret realm meant access to rich material resources, which could be sold for a fortune or used to create powerful new cards. Seeing she had their full attention, Victoria smiled. However, each school can only send 3 students to participate, and only those 3 can enter the secret realm. Therefore, our key class will be implementing a ranking system. She paused for effect. "Tomorrow, we will conduct our first ranking practical. The method will be a standard cardmaker duel. The rules were simple. Anything was allowed except directly attacking the opposing cardmaker. Most duels ended when one side's cards were all defeated. It was worth noting that when a creature card was defeated, it entered a cooldown period of up to 1 day. After announcing the news, Victoria left the classroom. Immediately, Darren walked slowly over to Russell's desk, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Well, Russell. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've somehow turned into a phoenix." He had always considered himself a child of destiny. Seeing the former orphan he used to bully now being celebrated as a hero filled him with a sour, burning jealousy. Russell just rolled his eyes. Yeah, you're much better than me. Congratulations." Seeing Russell's dismissive, perfunctory attitude, Darren felt a surge of humiliation. "You cricket. An orphan dares to have such an attitude." A sinister look appeared on his face. "In the ranking match tomorrow, I'm going to tear your card to pieces in front of everyone." Russell didn't even bother to argue, just looking at him with a tired, speechless expression. When Mr. Williams returned to his old classroom, he found it in chaos. When Marvin saw him, he immediately ran over, his face a mask of sadness. "Mr. Williams, did Russell really have to drop out of school to work?" Mr. Williams looked at him, completely confused. "Where did you hear that? Russell has been promoted to the key class. He's an official cardmaker now." The classroom fell into a dead silence. It was soon broken by a single, deafening, collective shout. End of this chapter. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7, Idiot. The rest of the afternoon was spent in a story editing class. Russell found himself yawning constantly, his mind still buzzing from the morning's events. He forced himself to pay attention, Even though he had a vast library of stories in his mind from his past life, learning how to properly structure and adapt them into a card's narrative was a critical skill. The moment the final bell rang, he was blocked in the classroom by Darren. "Russell," he said, a smug look on his face. "Let's have that battle now." Russell stared at him. Does this guy not realize that if a card is defeated, it enters a 24-hour cooldown? He would be starting the official ranking match tomorrow with a major disadvantage. Russell mentally labeled Darren as both brainless and arrogant. "Forget it," he said, sighing. "I have something urgent to do at home. Besides, the ranking match is tomorrow. Just be patient." Seeing that Darren had no intention of moving, Russell simply pushed past him and walked out. He could hear Darren's frustrated grunt behind him. "Humph, lucky for you. First place tomorrow will be mine." Russell took the bus all the way back to his old, shabby apartment in the Happy Home complex. Sitting in front of his computer, he began to calculate his recent gains. First, there were the 7 pieces of ghoul corpse green material, condensed from the zombies he had killed. He had no use for them himself, so he listed all 7 on the online trading platform for 20,000 Federation credits each. Second was the elite ghoul purple material he had received as a reward. This was a core component for the next card he planned to make, so it was not for sale. As for cash, the school rewarded students who entered the key class with 150,000 credits. As a registered black iron card maker, he would now receive a monthly subsidy of 20,000. Adding the 100,000 bonus for bravery and the money left from his previous loans, Russell now had a total of just over 280,000 credits in cash. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Life was finally getting better. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the contact noted as, "Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger, I have the money. Is it convenient for you to come over today? I want to pay off the loan." On the other side of the city, a bald, heavily built man looked at the message on his phone. He glanced at the contact notes he had made for this client. Russell, student, no potential, can try to develop. This was, of course, Brother Tiger. He's collected enough money already. He muttered to himself. Did he take out another loan to pay this one off? Or? After a moment's thought, he replied, "Of course, Mr. Russell, we'll be there right away." He looked up. Skinny, grabbed the contract from the potential targets file. "We're going out." "Got it, Brother Tiger," the man called Skinny responded. Soon, the two of them drove to the Happy Home complex. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed in the empty corridor. "Coming," a voice called from inside. A moment later, the door opened. It was Russell. "Brother Tiger, right, please, come in. No need to change your shoes." The three of them sat on the worn-out sofa. Russell pushed an envelope from the coffee table toward them. "There's 120,000 in there. That should cover the principal and the interest." As he spoke, he summoned Yorichi Shigekuni. The swordsman appeared instantly, leaning silently against the wall with his arms crossed over his blade, his sharp eyes fixed on the two men from Duo Finance. Cardmaker. The moment Brother Tiger saw Yorichi, his eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected the boy to actually become a registered cardmaker. Their initial investigation had suggested his talent was mediocre at best. He immediately plastered a wide, friendly smile on his face. "Congratulations, Mr. Russell, on becoming a cardmaker. How about this? You don't have to pay us back. Consider the debt cleared. A little gift from Duo Finance to a promising new talent." As he spoke, he took the contract from Skinny and theatrically tore it into pieces in front of Russell. Russell sneered inwardly. Offering courtesy for no reason means you're either a cheat or a thief. He had no intention of staying entangled with these gray market criminals. "A man is nothing without his integrity," Russell said, his own face a mask of polite sincerity. "You should take the money, Brother Tiger. A loan borrowed is a loan that must be repaid. It makes it easier to borrow again in the future." Hearing this, the smile on Brother Tiger's face froze. This kid is stubborn. Unfortunately for him, as a shrewd operator, he would never risk offending a registered cardmaker from the association over a mere 100,000 credits, even if he was just a black iron novice. After a moment's pause, he took the envelope with a laugh. "Student Russell is truly a man of his word. I am ashamed of my own suggestion. With this, your business with Duo Finance is concluded. We won't bother you again." With that, he and Skinny quickly left the apartment. Downstairs, Skinny leaned over to Brother Tiger and whispered, "Brother, that kid doesn't know what's good for him." Slap. Before he could finish, a hard slap sent his head ringing. Brother Tiger stared at him, his eyes as cold and merciless as a viper's. "Idiot, if you ever say something like that again, I will personally turn you into material for your seniors. The most important thing for us is to keep a low profile. Are you insane or am I? You want to make a move on a registered card maker?" Skinny shuddered, thinking of the fates of his predecessors. He covered his swollen face, lowered his head, and mumbled, "I was wrong, Brother Tiger. It won't happen again." Brother Tiger snorted coldly. "Let's go. The next client on the list can't pay." With his debt finally paid off, Russell felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Now, he could finally consider his next card. He already had several ideas. The first choice was definitely Kokushibo Maikikatsu Sugekuni. This card would form a powerful bond with his existing Yorichi, and Kokushibo's strength as upper rank 1 was undeniable. If the materials were good enough, Russell was confident he could even reach gold quality. But Kokushibo had a major flaw: photophobia, a crippling weakness to sunlight. He would have to find a way to solve that problem in the story. For now, with only the elite ghoul material on hand, he had plenty of time to perfect the concept. "I'm still short on money," he sighed. The cheapest, least versatile purple materials started at 150,000, and powerful ones were far more expensive. And that was just for the black iron grade. High-level materials were almost never sold for cash, powerful card makers preferred to barter. As a student, he had no legal way to obtain large amounts of funds quickly. His only real hope was for New Metro First High to win the joint examination in a month. But in his memory, his school's performance in previous years had never been good. Shaking off the complicated thoughts, Russell prepared to begin his daily meditation. The standard technique taught throughout the Daming Federation was called the Deep Blue Meditation Method, said to have been spread by the legendary Lucius the Sage. It was a universal method, with no special, secret techniques passed down through families. This leveled the playing field. Meditation would not be the shackle that held a card maker back. What truly separated the novices from the masters was the ability to build a story. End of this chapter. 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 8. Placement Test. The next day arrived quickly. Victoria Song stood before the class, holding a sealed box containing 12 slips of paper, 1 for each student. After giving the box a thorough shake, she reached inside and drew out 2 slips. "I will now announce the 2 students for our first test." She slowly unfolded the paper in her hand, a small smile playing on her lips. "Russell vs. Liam Blake." Hearing his name, Russell raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't expected to be the first one on stage. The teachers and students of the key class made their way to New Metro First High's dedicated battle arena. Liam stood at one end of the field and called out to Russell, "Russell, please give me your guidance." As he spoke, a figure with the body of a man and the head of a bull, holding a heavy steel knife, materialized in front of him. An ox head, Russell thought, looking at the card with some surprise. But he quickly dismissed his initial guess. If it were a true Soul Reaper ox head, it wouldn't be a mere blue quality black iron card. That left 2 possibilities. 1, it was just a generic monster with an ox head and a human body. 2, the story was imperfect or the materials were not of a high enough level, resulting in an incomplete version of the mythological figure. Russell leaned toward the first possibility. Generally, creature cards like this, which mimicked legendary figures but were of a lower quality, lacked any special abilities. In an instant, Yorichi Sugekuni appeared in front of Russell. "I leave it to you, Yorichi." The swordsman gave a slight, silent nod in response. Russell still hadn't figured out if his card chose not to speak or simply couldn't. On the sidelines, both Nancy Whitemore and Darren, who were watching intently, felt their eyes narrow as they saw Yorichi for the first time. In the arena, Yorichi took a single, deep breath and instantly rushed towards the ox-headed monster, the distance between them closing in a blur. Perhaps it was due to the card's low quality, or perhaps its intelligence was simply not very high, but the Minotaur barely had time to react before Yorichi was upon it. Clang! The 2 blades collided, sending a shower of red sparks across the field. But in the next moment, a cry of surprise came from Liam. Yorichi, in a brilliant tactical move, had voluntarily disengaged from the power struggle. He took a sideways step, and as the Minotaur staggered forward from the sudden loss of resistance, he crouched down, slipping past its guard. A flaming blade slashed across the Minotaur's neck. Yorichi now stood with his back to the monster, slowly sheathing his sword. Behind him, the headless body of the Minotaur dissolved into motes of light. Russell wins, Victoria Song announced loudly from the sidelines, her face showing unconcealable joy. Russell's excellence had far exceeded her imagination. If his first card hadn't been limited by his available materials, he might have created a gold-quality one right from the start. Principal Shepard's vision had been correct. Russell was truly worthy of being cultivated as a seeded talent for the school. This year, they actually had a chance in the joint examination. Nancy, however, watched the match with a thoughtful frown. From just one battle, she couldn't get a clear read on Yorichi's abilities. All she knew was that even among purple-quality Iron-level cards, he was top-tier. She turned to Darren. "Well, are you confident?" Darren raised an eyebrow, a confident smirk on his face. "Against Russell, it might be a little tricky. So you'll lose. I'll win." Fortunately, it wasn't the crimson-haired ghoul, otherwise the whole street would have been destroyed, Russell muttered to himself as he watched Darren's next match from the sidelines. But he had to admit, Darren's green zombie was undeniably strong. From what Russell could see, it had at least one ability that greatly enhanced its physical strength. As for any other abilities, it was impossible to tell, because its opponent was far too weak. The moment the opposing card was summoned, the green zombie pinned it to the ground and tore it apart. "Ha ha ha, you useless piece of trash. You're too weak." Darren laughed loudly from his side of the arena. "How did someone like you even get into the key class?" His defeated classmate's face went pale with humiliation. Victoria Song frowned from the sidelines. In her opinion, Darren was going too far. They were classmates, not mortal enemies. There was no need for such harsh words. "Darren will suffer sooner or later with that personality of his," Nancy said, shaking her head in disapproval. Russell just nodded indifferently. Why bother caring so much? We're not his parents. Maybe Darren would learn his lesson one day, but that had nothing to do with him. The next match is between Nancy Whitemore and Justin. Victoria's voice rang out. "It's your turn now. Good luck," Russell said, turning to Nancy. She smiled, pulling a stray strand of hair behind her ear. "Thank you." With that, she turned and walked toward the center of the field. "What were you two talking about just now?" Darren said, carelessly plopping down in the seat next to Russell. During the last match, he had noticed his two main rivals whispering to each other. Russell silently shifted his chair a few inches away. He looked Darren straight in the eye and said with the utmost sincerity, "Nothing much. Just that you're too strong. We don't think we can beat you." Darren naturally heard the sarcasm dripping from his words. "Tisk, such a sharp tongue. I hope you can be so tough on the court later." Russell just sighed internally. Why is this kid so aggressive? He didn't respond, turning his attention back to the field. The situation in Nancy's match was a bit strange. Her opponent's card was just standing there, staring blankly into space. Nancy's three-tailed fox leisurely strolled up to it, extended a claw, and the opposing card was defeated without a fight. Russell frowned. An illusion. At that moment, an unreasonable association popped into his head. He wondered whose illusion was stronger, the fox's or Itachi Uchiha's. In the next round, the three of them, Russell, Darren, and Nancy, still didn't meet. Their opponents were just as easily dispatched. It was now clear that they were in a league of their own in this class. If no one had a sudden epiphany, the three of them would almost certainly be the ones representing the school at the joint examination in a month. This made Russell briefly suspect that Victoria Song was rigging the matchups, but he dismissed the thought as ridiculous. This was only the first ranking test. Any student who was dissatisfied could challenge someone ranked higher than them once a week. "Pa, Pa," Victoria clapped her hands, getting the students' attention. "Because we only have 3 students left, Russell, Darren, and Nancy, one student will be given a bye and will advance directly to the final round. It would have been more reasonable to have the bye winner play against the loser of the next match, but the one-day cooldown on defeated cards made that impossible." Looking at the note she had just drawn from the box, Victoria Song announced loudly, "The next round is." End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 9. Trash Talk is for the weak. Darren vs. Nancy Whitemore. Following Victoria Song's announcement, Both students stood up. Darren turned to Nancy, a smug look on his face. I won't show any mercy just because you're a girl. Although Nancy's fox demon was strong, he was confident that his zombie was superior. Nancy just gave him a gentle smile, ignoring his posturing. The two took their positions. Instantly, the green zombie and the three-tailed fox appeared on the field. The fox was the first to act, unleashing a wave of its illusionary power. But it was useless. The green zombie, a creature of pure, mindless instinct, was completely unaffected. The sudden failure of her primary ability made Nancy's smile falter. Darren looked at the scene with pride. At this stage, my zombie has no intelligence to affect, he gloated. It's all instinct. Your fox isn't capable of creating an illusion powerful enough to fool it. If Darren is arrogant, then so was I, Nancy thought to herself. Outside of Darren and Russell, none of the other students in the class were a match for her, and she had let a little pride creep in. Ignoring her inner thoughts, the three-tailed fox attacked, lunging forward on all fours. It was extremely fast, arriving next to the green zombie in a blur. Its sharp claws, flashing with cold light, left afterimages in the air. Darren wasn't panicked at all. The fox's most powerful ability was its illusion. When it came to a pure physical brawl, he was confident that nothing in the key class could match his green zombie. Not even Russell's mysterious swordsman. He was right. Although the fox's claws raked across the zombie's body, they only managed to leave a few shallow marks on its tough hide. Just as the fox was between attacks, its momentum spent, the green zombie's hand shot out. It grabbed the fox by its long tails, lifted it into the air, and began to slam it into the ground repeatedly, like a sandbag. Wham! 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 The fox let out pitiful, mournful cries with each impact. Russell, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but twitch his eye. Why does this scene look so familiar? Hulk versus Loki, right? Even their abilities were similar. Finally, after one last, brutal smash, the three-tailed fox dissipated into the air. Too weak. Darren laughed wantonly from the center of the field. Nancy, you're no different from the other trash I've beaten. Ignoring his taunts, Nancy felt no real frustration. The zombie was a hard counter to her fox in every respect. Her task now, as a card maker, was to find a way to overcome that. Whether that meant making a prop card to enhance her fox, or creating an entirely new creature to deal with such situations, they were all just problems to be solved. She took a deep breath, walked off the court, and came over to Russell, offering him an encouraging smile. Good luck, Russell. Russell returned a soft smile of his own. I think you've made a mistake, he said quietly. He's the challenger. Without waiting for her reaction, he slowly walked onto the field. Looking at his retreating back, Nancy was stunned. Russell, so arrogant, and yet, she couldn't help but feel a thrill of anticipation. Unaware of Nancy's thoughts, Russell stood opposite Darren and summoned Yorichi Shigekuni. The moment the swordsman appeared and saw the green zombie across the field, his expression turned cold. Bad memories. Before the zombie could even react, Yorichi had already rushed forward, his blade drawn. As he ran, the steel of his katana began to glow, turning a faint, shimmering red. I've never seen that ability before, Nancy whispered from the sidelines, watching intently. In the blink of an eye, Yorichi was in front of the green zombie. His samurai sword slashed at its neck from right to left, making a sharp whistling sound. Roar! The zombie roared, raising its right hand to block the blade. Swish! Like a hot knife through butter, the flaming blade sliced clean through the zombie's arm. The green, long-haired limb flew high into the air before hitting the ground with a wet thud. In a single exchange, the green zombie had been dismembered. It roared in pain, but instead of retreating, it lunged forward, trying to bite Yorichi. Yorichi's eyes focused. He spun, his blade a blur. Under Darren's astonished gaze, the green zombie was cleanly beheaded, its body dissipating into the air before it even hit the ground. What? Darren stared at the empty field in disbelief. I lost. He had thought Russell might be a tough opponent, but he had never doubted that he would win in the end. He never expected his prized zombie would be annihilated in just 2 exchanges. From the look of it, Russell's card hadn't even been at its full strength. At that moment, Darren was simply unable to accept his failure. The arena fell silent. Some of the students had thought Russell would win, others had bet on Darren. But no one had expected it to be so easy. Against Russell, Darren's zombie had performed no better than Liam's minotaur. Gradually, bursts of discussion began to ripple through the venue. Russell is so strong. It's like, open the champagne, the match is already over. No wonder he was able to save an entire neighborhood. Tisk, look at Darren. He's always so arrogant, but he couldn't even last 2 minutes against Russell. It's hilarious. Shish, keep your voice down. Darren can't beat Russell, but he can still beat you. Would he have the nerve? Bullying us instead of getting revenge on Russell. Ignoring the voices, Russell walked over to where Darren stood, still in shock. Are you okay? He asked. Just as Darren, who had slumped to the ground, thought Russell was going to comfort him, Russell's voice turned cold and quiet, repeating the same words Darren had said to his own defeated classmate earlier. You useless piece of shit. You're too weak. I'm not interested in you at all. How did someone like you even get into the key class? At that moment, Darren's head was bowed, his expression hidden. Seeing him fall silent, Russell almost thought his words had been too harsh, but he had only repeated what Darren himself had said. He had no sympathy for a bully. Shaking his head, Russell turned to leave. Just then, a resentful voice sounded from behind him. You just got lucky with a card that countered mine. Do you really think you're that strong? Wait until next time. Next time, I'll make a stronger card, and I'll make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Russell paused, but then continued walking toward the sidelines without looking back. Some people, he thought, were just born bad. He had seen it countless times in the news from his previous life. If he hadn't been strong enough, and if Darren had won, the next step would have been a campaign of threats and isolation. Besides, who didn't know how to make empty threats? He could also say that when he finally finished making Rabbit Goddess Kagaya Otsutsuki, he'd make the entire spirit-begging society kneel down and sing, Conquer. When he arrived at the sidelines, his classmates immediately surrounded him, their chattering questions giving him a headache. Just as he was dealing with the crowd, Victoria Song appeared and helped him out. Okay, classmates, stop bothering Russell for now, she said, clapping her hands. The class ranking for this week is now determined. If you think you deserve a higher rank, you may challenge your target next week. But you can only challenge once per week. Also, she added, I have some good news. She paused, letting the suspense build. Seeing the students all looking at her eagerly, she finally revealed the answer. Thanks to the principal's efforts, our key class has been granted an opportunity to enter a secret realm for practical training. I hope you will all cherish it. End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 10. I choose you. Victoria Song's words were like dropping a bomb into the quiet classroom. Liam Blake couldn't help but ask first, his voice filled with hopeful excitement. Teacher, can all of us go? Victoria smiled and nodded. Yes. This time, all 12 students in our key class will be able to enter this secret realm for practical training. She paused, then added, of course, it is the most basic type of secret realm. A wave of slight disappointment went through some of the students. Russell just shook his head secretly. Simply being able to enter a secret realm at their level was an incredible privilege. How many other high school students would kill for such an opportunity? This was completely unexpected, a gift horse he had no intention of looking in the mouth. The training will take place in half a month, Victoria continued. The secret realm is a mountain forest type. I expect you all to be well prepared. She means that if possible, it would be best to make a vehicle type prop card, or a rideable creature card, Nancy whispered to Russell, who was sitting beside him. As the daughter of a gold-level card maker, she was naturally aware of some of the finer points of realm exploration. Although a mountain forest wasn't the most complicated terrain, having a mount could still save a lot of time and trouble. Russell glanced over at Darren, who had been silent and gloomy ever since the ranking match ended. He was sure Darren already knew this information but was too arrogant to share it. Not paying him any more attention, Russell gave Nancy a slight nod. Thanks for the reminder. Nancy just smiled. You're welcome. With the ranking test over, everyone returned to their afternoon classes. The curriculum in the key class focused mainly on card-making theory and meditation, with a few wilderness survival skills classes thrown in. The association didn't want flowers raised in a greenhouse, they wanted card-makers who could survive on a real battlefield. This afternoon was a meditation class. In truth, it was more like a self-study session. Because everyone practiced the same deep blue meditation method, there wasn't much for the teacher to instruct. With his eyes closed, Russell let out a slow, controlled breath, feeling the deep satisfaction that came with the gradual growth of his mental strength. Ever since he had transmigrated, he'd found that his progress in meditation was much faster than the original owners had been. He didn't know if it was because this body had once housed two souls, or if he was simply gifted. He wasn't particularly interested in exploring the specific reason. It was good news, and it meant that his mental power would likely never be a bottleneck for his growth. Time passed quickly during meditation, and in the blink of an eye, it was time for school to end. "See you tomorrow, Russell," Nancy said with a smile as they parted ways. Russell nodded slightly. "See you tomorrow." Watching her gradually receding back, Russell also set out on his journey home. Not long after he arrived, there was a tapping on his window. Tap, tap, tap. He turned and saw a Metro Express delivery drone hovering outside. "I don't remember buying anything," he muttered, opening the window with a puzzled look. The drone chirped, and a crisp female voice came from its small speaker. "A purchase has been made for one of your listed items. Please provide the merchandise for shipment." Russell instantly remembered. If the drone hadn't come, he would have completely forgotten that he had listed 7 Ghoul Corpse green materials for sale online. He hurried to grab the materials, handing them over to the drone. It secured them in a small compartment and flew away, quickly becoming a small white dot in the sky. Watching it go, Russell's mind returned to Nancy's advice. He needed amount. Including the money from the sale of the materials, he now had just over 300,000 credits in his pocket. He decided to make a simple, green quality card for transportation. Opening the trading website on his computer, he began to look for the materials he would need. He could, in theory, purchase bronze-level materials now, but he didn't plan on it. For one, his mental strength wasn't high enough to create a bronze card yet, and for two, it was a waste for a simple transport card. Soon, he found what he wanted. Sparrow white bald eagle green and a blank card. The 3 materials cost him a total of 30,000 Federation credits. Before long, another Metro Express drone arrived with his purchases. Sitting at his desk, Russell picked up his card drawing pen and began to sketch on the blank card. Gradually, the image of a large, yellow-feathered eagle took shape. After the drawing was complete, he placed the 3 materials together on the card and enveloped them with his mental power. The next moment, he was once again in the mysterious, dark space of creation. Please start compiling your story. This Pidgeot is larger than its pre-evolved forms, with a wider wingspan. Its feathers are mainly brown, with a cream-colored underside. The feathers on its head form a majestic crest, red on the sides and yellow in the middle, and its fan-shaped tail feathers are also red. In the Viridian Forest, a young trainer named Ash Ketchum and his partner, Pikachu, encountered this Pokemon's pre-evolved form. After a difficult battle, the Pidgeotto was captured by Ash. Throughout their journey, Ash and Pidgeotto fought off Team Rocket time and again and conquered many gyms. The trainer and his Pokemon went through countless trials, eventually returning to the Viridian Forest. There, they found the local Pidgey and Pidgeotto flock being terrorized by a Fearow. To protect its flock, Ash's Pidgeotto was severely injured by the Fearow. In that desperate moment, Pidgeotto evolved into Pidgeot and successfully defeated the tyrannical Fearow. After this incident, Ash released Pidgeot to protect the forest, promising that he would come back for him after he finished his journey. With the story compiled, Russell silently waited for the judgment of the mysterious space. The next moment, he was back in his small room. A card depicting a large brown bird was floating in front of him. Success. Russell absorbed the card into his mind. Pidgeot. Level. Black iron. Quality. Green. Category. Creature. Skills. None. Characteristics. None. Introduction. Reunited after 24 years, let's travel together again. Checking the card's information, Russell was not surprised. The story he had compiled was simple, and the materials were low level. He had accepted that it would have no special abilities. He hadn't intended to make a powerful combat card, just a reliable means of transportation. Russell summoned Pidgeot. The bird stood about 1.5 meters tall, more than large enough to carry him through the sky. However, he didn't dare to just hop on and ride it away. If he wanted to use Pidgeot for transport within the city, he would need to register it with the Cardmakers Association. He was naturally prepared to do so. Pidgeot wasn't a combat card, it didn't matter if its existence was exposed. And besides, there was another, more important reason: he never wanted to hear the welfare card bus announcement again for as long as he lived. It was too soul-crushing. After gently stroking Pidgeot's head, Russell returned the card to his mind, put on a coat, and went out to register his new steed. End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. Driving without a license is illegal. At the entrance of the association branch, Russell stared blankly at the freshly printed, flying vehicle driver's license, in his hand. The association's efficiency was quite impressive. He had expected the process to take some time, but they had issued the license the moment his registration was complete. Next, he headed to a shop adjacent to the association building, the Creature Outfitter. He needed a saddle. Because cardmakers often had creatures of bizarre shapes and sizes, the shop had a complete and fascinating range of equipment. Seeing Russell summon Pidgeot, the shop owner looked the great bird up and down, then took a specialized avian saddle from a shelf. "Try this on for size." Russell fitted the saddle onto Pidgeot. It was a perfect fit. "Okay, this is the one," he said with satisfaction. "Thank you for your patronage." 5,000 credits, the owner said, holding up 5 fingers. So expensive. Russell was stunned, but he wasn't about to bargain. To be able to operate a store right next to the association and charge such high prices meant the owner either had powerful connections or their products were genuinely top quality. He neatly swiped his card and prepared to leave. "Hey, young man," the owner called out. "Why are you in such a hurry?" He walked over and touched the saddle on Pidgeot's back. In a flash of light, the saddle compressed and transformed into a card. Russell now understood the high price. It was a prop card. In his memory, prop cards could be given as gifts or traded, but creature cards were bound to their maker. He took the prop card and slowly absorbed it into his mind. Avian saddle grade, black iron quality, white. The description couldn't have been simpler. Outside the store, Russell stroked Pidgeot's head. "Let's experience the feeling of flying," he said, hopping onto the newly equipped mount. Pidgeot soared into the sky, drawing the curious eyes of passers-by below. Feeling the cold wind whipping against his face, Russell thought, it's really not great without a windshield. Still, despite the less than perfect riding experience, he was satisfied. Pidgeot's normal cruising speed was over 60 km per hour, more than enough for daily transportation. For an Iron-level card, he couldn't ask for more. Late that night, in a dark and damp underwater cave, a gloomy old man with a hooked nose played with a golden scale. It was Regent Jin. "Does the new Metro Cardmakers Association have any plans to explore secret realms recently?" he asked the middle-aged man in a black robe standing before him. The man quickly replied, "Sir, due to the riot at the Demon's Nest, most of the association's official exploration plans have been put on hold." He paused, then continued, "But sir, I have heard that several of the major high schools in New Metro are organizing practical training missions for their students in controlled secret realms." The hook-nosed old man let out a hoarse laugh. Blake Whitmore, I wonder if you can protect them all this time. Insert a few of our chess pieces in there." The middle-aged man bowed immediately. "Yes, sir." Amidst the shrill, crazy laughter, money and treasure gradually appeared on one side of the scale in Regent Jin's hand, while scarlet, soul-like cards appeared on the other. Just as the two sides came into balance, an inexplicable voice echoed from the void. "Deal done." The days at school passed quickly. Soon, the time came for Russell and his classmates to go on their training mission. In front of a large tour bus, Victoria Song was giving her final speech. "This practical is an opportunity that Principal Shepard fought hard to get for us. I hope you will all cherish it." In the crowd, ignoring the long speech, Russell leaned over to Nancy. "Isn't it dangerous for us to enter a secret realm directly?" he asked softly. In his view, the students in the key class were all flowers raised in a greenhouse, with no real combat experience. Wasn't it risky to just throw them in like this? Nancy glanced at Ms. Song, then replied softly, "The secret realms that high school students like us are allowed to enter have long been completely controlled by the Cardmakers Association. They're just stocked with low-level, black iron monsters." Russell nodded. That made sense. A cardmaker should have no problem dealing with several monsters of the same level. The only real danger would be encountering an elite monster. Moreover, Nancy continued, these training realms are basically covered by surveillance. If there's any real danger, the association's on-site card makers will rescue us in time. As they were talking, Victoria Song finally finished her speech. Okay, classmates, get on the bus. The group boarded one after another. As the bus started, the scenery outside the window began to quickly recede. Gradually, the tall buildings of New Metro disappeared, replaced by dense, sprawling forests. It was Russell's first time leaving the city proper. In the original owner's memory, the entire world outside the major cities was basically untamed wilderness. Over the years, the Daming Federation had tried to expand its territory, but with little success. The forests were still filled with roaming demons, and new secret realms could appear at any time. Strangely, the more deserted a place was, the more likely it was to spawn a secret realm. The oceans were now scattered with countless realms of all sizes, and the once thriving sea trade had long since disappeared. The bus gradually drove up to a massive steel base. An armed soldier stopped them. Secret facility ahead. No unauthorized approach. Victoria Song got out of the bus, holding the documents issued by the association. After the soldier at the gate confirmed the documents again and again, he sent a message to the sentry box behind him. No problem, let them pass. The bus slowly drove into the base, where a leader was already waiting. You must be the students from New Metro First High arranged by President Marcus, the leader greeted Ms. Song with a smile. Yes, she responded with a smile of her own. We'll be in your care today. No trouble at all. The leader said, waving his hands. He wouldn't dare delay something personally ordered by President Marcus. We are all serving the Federation. He then turned to a staff member. Take these young students to the secret realm. Victoria turned back to her class for one final instruction. Go on, classmates, and be sure to pay attention to your safety. Russell followed the group to a huge, open square. In the center stood a massive space gate, emitting a shimmering, silver-white light. The leading staff member smiled and introduced it to them. Students, this is your first time seeing a secret realm space gate. Please enter in an orderly fashion. We have already arranged for a card maker to wait for you on the other side. One after another, the students of the key class stepped through the portal. Russell followed the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, the world changed. He was now standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him were two card makers in the association's black uniform. The leader smiled at the students. Welcome, everyone, to the secret realm, the 1,000-foot woods. You may not be familiar with it. The reason it's called this is because a powerful, centipede-like monster once lived here. But please rest assured, he added, all monsters above the black iron level have already been cleared out by the association. After you receive your communication equipment, you are free to move about. End of this chapter. 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 12. 1,000 legs. Hearing that they could move freely, Russell didn't hesitate. He summoned Pidgeot. Seeing the great bird appear, Nancy Whitemore was surprised. You made a second creature card so quickly. She had assumed that, at most, Russell would have made a simple vehicle-type prop card. Russell just shook his head slightly, his expression calm. It's just a green quality card. Nothing special. Nancy was left speechless by his casual, almost for sales-like humility. She knew how many aspiring card makers struggled their entire lives just to create a single green quality card. Thinking of this, she just smiled slightly. A flying mount is perfect for a mountain forest secret realm like this. Indeed, a flying mount was an advantage in almost any terrain. At this moment, the other students in the class couldn't help but cast envious glances in his direction. As expected of Russell, I want to ride a bird, too. My family only got me a mountain bike for this trip. You're lucky. I've got nothing. I'm relying on my own 2 legs. Hearing his classmates' discussions, Russell sighed inwardly. If it weren't for Nancy's reminder, he probably wouldn't have thought of making a rideable card either. In the crowd, Darren stared at Russell, his eyes burning with jealousy and unwillingness. Russell again, always Russell, he thought bitterly. Is he so perfect? A dark thought flickered through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. No, if I try something here and get caught, I'm dead. As if sensing his hateful gaze, Russell turned and looked directly at him. Darren immediately flinched, quickly turning his head away and pretending to be interested in a nearby tree. Russell couldn't help but sneer. He gave Darren a third mental label: bullies the weak, fears the strong. What's wrong? Nancy asked, noticing his expression. What's so funny? Russell just waved his hand. Nothing. I just saw a clown. Without waiting for her reaction, he hopped onto Pidgeot and soared into the sky. Seeing Russell leave, the other students didn't linger, heading off in various directions to begin their own exploration. One of the association staff members leading the group looked up at the small black dot that was now Russell. It seems New Metro First High has produced a real seedling this time, he said with emotion. By the way, Walter, he said, turning to his colleague. Didn't you take leave to take care of your mother? The card maker known as Walter was silent for a moment, then gave a wry smile. People like us, who've spent half our lives just to become iron-level card makers, don't save much in a year. Besides, my mother's illness requires a lot of money. If I don't work, we don't eat. The secret realms that had been completely controlled by the association, like this one, were generally staffed by retired or older card makers, those who had no hope of advancing beyond the black iron level. It was a waste of resources to have high-level card makers babysitting a place like this. The leader sighed and clapped Walter on the shoulder. Let's not talk about such unhappy things. Let's head back to the monitoring room. Hopefully, nothing goes wrong today. Russell rode Pidgeot high above the forest, soon reaching the halfway point of the mountain. In the air, he carefully considered his goals for this trip. The joint examination for the 4 schools is in half a month. I need to get more materials during this training. Relying on Yorichi alone might be difficult. Although he was now the top student at his school, he knew there were countless other talented people in the world. He wouldn't be as arrogant as Darren and assume he was the best. Perhaps when he made his first card, he was just having fun, trying to pay off his loan. But after experiencing the Demon's Nest riot, he deeply understood that this was a dangerous world. He didn't even dare to think about what tragedy would have befallen New Metro that day if Master Blake Whitmore hadn't been there. Now, more than anything, Russell craved power. Pushing the complicated thoughts from his mind, he began to survey the forest below. A dark, thick canopy of trees blocked his vision, making it impossible to see the ground clearly. In desperation, he could only control Pidgeot to land. After putting Pidgeot away, Russell summoned Yorichi Sugekuni. Yorichi, be careful, it's dangerous here, he whispered. Yorichi gave a slight nod, his right hand resting on the hilt of his katana, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Crack, the sound of their footsteps stepping on dry, fallen leaves echoed in the quiet woods. Snap. Suddenly, Yorichi drew his blade, stopping Russell's forward movement with the flat of the sword. Russell wasn't a fool, he immediately realized Yorichi had detected an enemy. He instantly summoned Pidgeot again and flew up into the air for a better vantage point. The thick layer of leaves on the ground was now being pushed up from below by some long, unseen creature, leaving a moving trail. Yorichi's eyes were fixed intently on its trajectory. Hiss. Suddenly, a set of ferocious mandibles erupted from the leaves. But how could Yorichi be hit by such a simple ambush? He shifted his body slightly to the side, easily avoiding the bite. The blade in his hand glowed red, and he brought it down in a fierce, vertical slash, cutting the unknown creature clean in two. From the air, Russell could now see that the creature was a slender, black centipede. Just as he was about to land and condense the materials, he noticed several more trails arching through the leaves on the ground. Be careful, Uni, there are more of them, Russell quickly warned. The next moment, 4 dark figures burst from the leaves, rushing towards Yorichi from all sides. But for Yorichi, who had access to the transparent world, this was no problem at all. In his eyes, the speed of the centipedes was pitifully slow. Sun breathing, second form, clear blue sky. Yorichi's expression was calm. He unleashed a single, circular red slash that swept away the leaves on the ground. The 4 centipedes, caught in midair, were instantly diced into pieces of various sizes. Purple blood dripped onto the ground, making a soft, sizzling sound as it hit the dirt. Russell hovered in the air, not in a hurry to descend. Who knew if there were any more of them lurking? After a long moment, seeing that there was indeed no more movement, he slowly landed next to Yorichi. As expected of you, Yorichi. You're so strong, Russell said with a smile, patting his arm. Hearing this, a rare, faint smile appeared on Yorichi's usually stoic face. Russell was a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen his card show a different expression. So Yorichi can smile. The next moment, the swordsman's face had returned to its usual expressionless look. Scratching his head, Russell didn't dwell on whether he had imagined it. He turned and slowly wrapped his mental power around the centipede corpses on the ground. As his power contracted, the bodies dissolved, condensing into 5 pieces of material. Poisonous centipede, green. A man cannot get rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot get fat without wild grass, Russell muttered to himself. He had only been in the secret realm for a short time, and he had already obtained 5 black iron level green materials. And this was just the lowest level, safest secret realm controlled by the association. If he were in a large, high-level, unexplored realm, he didn't even dare to imagine the potential rewards. No wonder high-level card makers were willing to risk their lives. It seems that only green materials are produced on the mountainside, Russell thought to himself, his gaze drifting upward. I wonder what's at the top of the mountain. End of this chapter. 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13. Centipede Lord. Riding on Pidgeot, Russell quickly reached the top of the mountain. The structure of the peak was strange. It wasn't a flat plateau but rather the gaping maw of a dark cave. If the cave hadn't been cleared out beforehand, its shadowy environment would have been extremely dangerous. However, the association had installed numerous lighting facilities inside. It wasn't bright, but it was enough to see. After a moment of thought at the entrance, Russell decided to go in and explore. The association guides had said no monsters above the black iron level would appear, so there shouldn't be any major mistakes on their part. Summoning Yorichi Shigekuni, the two of them walked into the cave side by side. In the monitoring room, the captain of the card maker guides ate biscuits and watched the screen. Young people these days are really brave, he remarked. He actually dares to go in there. If I remember correctly, isn't there a centipede in that cave? The captain admired Russell's courage. If he were that age, he definitely wouldn't have dared to go exploring. Seeing that no one responded, he turned his head curiously and looked at his colleague, who was staring blankly at the screen. Walter. Seeing that Walter still had no reaction, the captain asked with a little concern, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to go back and rest for a while? You've been acting weird all day. Walter seemed not to hear him, his gaze fixed on the monitor. After a long moment, he seemed to wake from a dream. No, I was just thinking about my mother. The captain just shook his head and said nothing more. Let's get ready, just in case. If this little student can't handle it, we'll need to go in and rescue him. Walter had returned to his dazed look. The captain thought about offering some words of comfort but swallowed them. We're all just here to run out the clock on our careers, he thought. What is there to say? Tap, tap, the sound of Russell's and Yorichi's footsteps echoed in the empty cave. Strange, Russell said, puzzled. Why haven't we encountered any monsters? They had been inside for a while now, and they hadn't seen a single demon, not even a hare. Just as he was wondering, he faintly smelled a foul, fishy odor. He turned to Yorichi. Yorichi, do you smell that? Yorichi nodded slightly. He, too, had smelled the strange stench. Seeing his confirmation, Russell's expression turned serious. Be careful, Yorichi. There might be a more powerful demon in here. What would cause an entire area to be devoid of monsters? The most likely reason was the presence of a powerful apex predator that had crushed all other life in its territory. The two of them slowed their pace, continuing to walk forward cautiously. After a long time, they came to a vast, open cavern. Russell looked at the scene before him in shock, muttering to himself, this is the 1,000-foot. What appeared before them was the corpse of a centipede that was nearly 100 meters long, its huge body reflecting a pitch-black luster. It had been cut cleanly in half. But before they could marvel at the sight, a rustling sound from underneath the massive corpse attracted their attention. That is, Russell looked closely and saw a smaller, living centipede, about 8 or 9 meters long, crawling out from beneath its dead parent. Can you handle it, Uni? Russell asked, seeking his card's opinion. If not, we leave now. Russell was no fool. If they couldn't win, the only option was to run. But in response, Yorichi just silently drew the long sword from his sheath. Russell understood what he meant. Then I'll leave it to you. After a moment's thought, he summoned Pidgeot again. You should go up and help him, 2, Russell said, stroking Pidgeot's head. Although Pidgeot was just a green quality card, birds naturally had an advantage over insects. It could still provide support. Pidgeot gently nudged his hand, then launched itself into the air, flying towards the giant centipede. The centipede, which had been cruising under the massive corpse, was immediately attracted by the flying Pidgeot. Hiss! It reared the front half of its body, making a shrill sound from its mandibles, then suddenly leapt from the ground toward the bird. Pidgeot dodged the attack with a nimble turn. The centipede fell back to the ground from midair, where Yorichi had been waiting for it. Burning flames erupted from his blade as he attacked. But this centipede was clearly an elite monster, it wasn't so easy to deal with. With a sudden burst of strength, it spun its body in midair, meeting Yorichi's flaming blade with its hard, armored carapace. Scree! Although it failed to completely block the attack, it avoided the fate of being cut in half like its predecessor. It fell heavily to the ground, opened its ferocious mouth, and spat out a cloud of purple poisonous mist. If Yorichi had been alone, the situation would have been awkward. But fortunately, there was Pidgeot. Yorichi grabbed one of Pidgeot's ankles with his free hand and was lifted high into the air, easily avoiding the poisonous fog. Sun breathing, sixth form, burning bones, summer sun. From the sky, a red blade wrapped in a vortex of swirling flames descended upon the centipede on the ground. The creature let out a shrill, piercing cry as it was burned alive. Pidgeot and Yorichi slowly landed next to Russell. The two men and the bird just watched quietly as the giant centipede writhed in its death throes. After a long time, it finally stopped moving. Pidgeot, go test it again, Russell said, maintaining basic caution. He didn't want to fail in a Sir-win situation by being careless. Sure enough, as Pidgeot approached, the centipede, which had been motionless, suddenly lunged forward one last time. Unfortunately for it, it was too weak, and it collapsed to the ground without even touching Pidgeot. After that, it showed no reaction at all, even as Pidgeot poked several bloody holes in its body. At this moment, Russell approached the corpse with confidence and began to condense the materials. Black iron grade, centipede purple. Looking at the material in his hand, Russell couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He was lucky Nancy had reminded him to make a writable card. If not for Pidgeot, while Yorichi might have still been able to kill the centipede, it certainly wouldn't have been so easy. Wow, this little student is really good. In the monitoring room, the captain watched Russell kill the centipede and exclaimed, Walter, you really should have seen it. Just as the captain was wondering why Walter was silent again, a heavy, wet gasp came from behind him. Ho, ho, ho. The captain quickly turned to check on his colleague, but it was too late. A scarlet, monstrous claw had already pierced through his chest from behind. Then, he saw his vision spin continuously. Walter, is that my body? Along with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, a scarlet figure violently pushed open the door of the monitoring room. The figure sniffed the air, then suddenly rushed off in one direction. No one knew of the horrifying transformation that had just taken place. Only the blood that gradually seeped out from under the monitoring room door recorded the silent tragedy. End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 14, Ugly. On the other side of the forest, Nancy Whitemore and her three-tailed fox walked quietly through the dark woods. Suddenly, the fox stopped, its small nose twitching as it tasted the air. Noticing her partner's strange behavior, Nancy couldn't help but stop as well. What's wrong? She asked softly. The fox didn't answer immediately, continuing to sniff intently. After a long moment, it trotted to Nancy's feet, tugging on her trouser leg with one paw while pointing in a specific direction with the other. Nancy was confused. If it were just an ordinary demon, her fox wouldn't be acting so seriously. The two of them had been in the mountains for some time now, and with her fox's help, Nancy had already defeated several of the centipede monsters. Squatting down, she stroked the fox's head. Is there an elite demon over there? The fox shook its head, then began to gesture anxiously with its paws. Nancy was stunned. If it wasn't an elite demon, what could it be? As she thought about it, her expression gradually became serious. Is someone injured? The three-tailed fox nodded its head quickly. Nancy immediately stood up, her mind racing as she gave a calm order. Three-tailed fox, lead the way. As she followed her guide, she couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. From what her father had told her, the secret realms controlled by the association were generally covered with surveillance. For high school students on a training mission, the two card makers at the entrance would definitely be watching them the whole time. If someone was injured, a rescue team should have been dispatched immediately. The fact that no one had come, something was very wrong. Before she had time to think too much, she had arrived at the source of the scent her fox had detected. The scene was one of destruction. A tree as thick as a man's arms had been chopped clean through by some unknown sharp weapon, its thick crown toppled diagonally onto the ground. And there, lying at its base, was Liam Blake, his life or death unknown. Nancy rushed to his side, calling his name softly. Liam, Liam. Seeing no response, she slowly reached out a trembling hand and felt for his breath. Thank goodness, he's still alive. Feeling the gentle warmth of his breathing on her fingers, Nancy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But she didn't know the extent of his injuries, so she didn't dare move his body. She stood up, her mind racing. What on earth happened here? In her impression, Liam was one of the strongest students in the class, just behind Russell, Darren, and herself. There was no way the common centipede monsters could have hurt him this badly. And where were the association's card makers? Why hadn't anyone come? It would be great if Russell were here, she thought. His Pidgeot was the perfect tool for this situation. He could leave his swordsman to stand guard and fly for help himself. But Nancy had no flying mount. If she left her fox here to protect Liam, it would be too dangerous for her to go for help alone. Just as she was trying to figure out a solution, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the dark woods in front of her. Who's there? Nancy shouted, her focus sharpening. The three-tailed fox immediately took an attacking stance. Under their combined gaze, a panicked figure staggered out from the trees. Darren, Nancy said, her guard lowering slightly when she saw who it was. But when she saw his torn clothes and disheveled appearance, new questions arose. Darren, what happened? Why do you look like this? Darren panted heavily, his words coming out in intermittent gasps. Run, quickly, there's a monster. Nancy couldn't help but frown. A monster. If we run, what will happen to Liam? I don't care if Liam lives or dies. Darren thought irritably, but what he said was, this monster, even my green zombie couldn't beat it. You want to stay here and die, but I'm not staying with you. The truth was, his zombie had been defeated and was now in cooldown. If Nancy didn't come with him, he knew he wouldn't get very far on his own in this dangerous environment. But Nancy didn't know what he was thinking. She just replied seriously, I won't leave him. I'll stay here to guard Liam and wait for rescue. She had grown up under the tutelage of her father, a gold-level card maker who had instilled in her a deep sense of honor. She couldn't abandon her classmate. Darren gritted his teeth. Are you going to sacrifice your life for a piece of trash? Nancy just shook her head, not dignifying his question with an answer. If you want to leave, you can go alone. This stupid woman. If I could leave, would I still be here trying to persuade you? Darren cursed in his heart. At that moment, a shrill, inhuman roar came from the woods behind him. Darren's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. But his will to survive was strong. He used his hands and feet to scramble over to Nancy's side, cowering behind her. Nancy didn't pay any attention to Darren's ugly display. Her gaze was fixed cautiously on the dark woods. Ho, ho, ho. Accompanied by heavy, wet breathing, the monster Darren had mentioned gradually appeared before them. It was covered in scarlet flesh and blood. Its hands were not hands at all, but a pair of cold, sharp blades that glinted in the dim light. Upon seeing the monster, the three-tailed fox immediately cast an illusion. Unfortunately, it was useless. The monster was mindless, a creature of pure instinct, and could not be affected by such a low-level psychic attack. Seeing this, Nancy's expression turned grim. After several battles, her fox's main disadvantage was becoming more and more serious. If she got out of this alive, she had to find a way to solve this problem. But the monster didn't give her time to think. It attacked first. The scarlet figure shot toward the three-tailed fox with a piercing shriek, the sharp claws of its left hand, glinting with a cold light, aimed straight for the fox's face. The fox dodged the attack with a nimble leap. But that very leap created a fatal opening. The monster's right-hand claw dragged along the ground, leaving 3 deep gouges in the dirt, before sweeping upwards in a vicious arc. The three-tailed fox was torn apart. It had only lasted for a single exchange. Nancy was unlucky. She had encountered several enemies that were immune to her fox's illusions. According to common sense, her card should not have been so weak. But reality has no ifs. Just as Nancy stood shocked by the death of her card, a huge force came from behind her, shoving her directly toward the monster. She looked back in surprise. It was Darren. A crazy, manic look was on his face. "I can't die," he murmured, his voice a panicked whisper. "I can't die. I still have to become a master-level card maker. Yes, I have to become a master. I have to surpass Russell. Nancy, I'll remember you. When I become a master, I'll get revenge for you." Having said that, he turned and prepared to flee. Looking at Darren's insane expression, Nancy couldn't help but close her eyes in despair. Just as she was waiting for her death, a calm voice came from midair. "How disgusting, Darren." End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 15. The Clown. The person who came was, of course, Russell. After coming out of the centipede's cave, he found the top of the mountain eerily quiet. The lingering scent of the powerful centipede he had killed kept the lesser monsters at bay. With no more materials to be found there, he had returned to the middle of the mountain to continue his hunt. It was then, from his vantage point high in the air, that he saw a tree fall in the distance. If he had been on the ground, he never would have noticed. He urged Pidgeot forward, and when he arrived at the scene, he was met with the sight of Darren shoving Nancy directly into the path of a monster. But now was not the time for words. The monster was already lunging at the fallen Nancy. Yorichi. Russell's eyes focused, and he released his card. Clang. Yorichi appeared in a flash, his samurai sword drawn, blocking the monster's sharp, bladed claws just inches from Nancy's face. Only then did Russell have time to turn his cold fury on Darren. "Darren, it would have been one thing if you had just run away," Russell said, his voice dripping with contempt. "But to use your classmate as a shield to block the blade." In his opinion, while cowardice was pathetic, what Darren had just done was unforgivable. Darren, however, became hysterical at Russell's accusation. "It's their honor to die for me, a future master-level card maker," he shrieked. "Russell, don't you dare meddle in other people's business." Russell just sighed, ignoring the madman. He landed Pidgeot and walked over to Nancy, helping her to her feet. "Are you okay?" She shook her head. Aside from being pushed to the ground, she was unharmed. Thinking of what Darren had done, she turned and looked at him, her usual gentle expression now replaced by a cold fury. "I will be telling my father exactly what happened here." Russell said nothing more. How to deal with Darren was Nancy's business now. Besides, if it were up to him, Darren's fate would probably not be a pleasant one. Hearing Nancy's words, Darren felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. His legs went soft, and he fell to his knees. "Nancy, I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you, I'll kowtow to you. Please don't tell your father," he pleaded, beginning to prostrate himself on the ground. His family was just an ordinary well-off family. Nancy's father was a gold-level card maker in the association. If he found out, Darren's life would be over. Nancy didn't give him a second glance, turning her attention back to the fight. At that moment, Yorichi and the monster were in a standoff, neither daring to make a rash move. But in the end, the mindless monster lost its patience and lunged at Yorichi first. "So fast," Russell murmured from the sidelines, his expression solemn. This was the strongest monster he had seen since coming to this world. Yorichi barely managed to dodge the monster's main attack, but its speed was so great that its claws still managed to slice several bloody wounds across his forearm. "Yorichi, use the pattern," Russell commanded, his brow furrowed. There was no time to delay any longer. Liam's condition on the ground was not good. The longer this fight dragged on, the more danger he was in. Hearing his master's command, Yorichi took a deep breath. The reddish-brown, flame-like mark on his forehead seemed to darken and expand. Russell felt a sudden, sharp increase in the consumption of his mental energy, and his face turned pale, but it was still within his tolerance. The next moment, Yorichi vanished. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the monster. The demon obviously could not react to this sudden, explosive increase in speed. A blade, now wreathed in a brilliant flame, instantly cut through the monster's body. The creature froze in place, motionless. Squelch. The next moment, the monster split into several pieces. The largest remaining part, its upper torso, fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Nancy watched this scene in shock. Is this the true strength of Russell's card? She thought. Yorichi's sudden burst of power made her realize that Russell hadn't been using his full strength in their ranking test at all. Darren, however, was filled with a venomous jealousy and resentment. Why, it's him again, always him. He found it impossible to accept. Russell's current performance proved that their duel a few days ago had been a complete joke. It made his own harsh words seem like the pathetic ramblings of a clown. Which, in Russell's opinion, was exactly what Darren was. Not caring what the other two thought, Russell frowned and came to Yorichi's side. The scarlet flesh that was entangled on the monster's body was now slowly dissipating. As the flesh melted away, it revealed a familiar cheek underneath. Russell's pupils contracted violently when he saw the face. It was Walter, the association guide they had met when they first entered the secret realm. Russell silently moved his body to block the view from the two behind him. He knelt down. How did you become like this? He asked softly. At the last moment of his life, Walter seemed to have regained a sliver of his sanity. He coughed up blood, his words coming in intermittent gasps. I don't want to die. My mother, still waiting for me, in the hospital. Tears streamed down his broken cheeks. Save me, I'm sorry, Captain, beg. Before he could finish his last word, Walter's body finally dissolved completely, like a defeated card. All that was left was a single card, flashing with a scarlet red light. Russell frowned, hearing the last fragmented word. Beg, the Spirit Begging Society. Silently filing this crucial piece of information away, Russell bent down and picked up the card from the ground. Black iron level, flesh demon, gold. Russell was shocked. He had expected Walter's own cards to be left behind, not that he himself would condense into a material, as if he were a demon. And it was gold quality. He had never even seen a gold quality material before. They were exceedingly rare, even on the trading websites. Just as he was still thinking about what Walter had said, Nancy came up to him. What's wrong? What did that demon just say? Thanks to her father, she knew that some demons in the secret realms were highly intelligent and could even speak human languages. She had assumed Walter was one of them. Russell was silent for a moment, then decided not to tell her about his discovery. Nothing. It just begged me to kill it quickly. He then changed the subject. There should be a monitoring station in a realm like this. I'll go check the situation, then go out and ask for help. Yorichi will stay here to watch over you guys. Nancy nodded, thinking he was just worried about more centipede monsters. But she didn't know that while Russell was indeed worried about more demons, he was also worried about Darren, who seemed to be on the verge of a mental breakdown. Russell would not underestimate the darkness in the human heart. Who knew what a madman like that might do after he left? Summoning Pidgeot, Russell quickly headed to the foot of the mountain. When he arrived at the monitoring station, he finally understood why Walter had apologized to his captain. What appeared before him was a headless corpse with a large, bloody hole in its chest. Without wasting another second, Russell left the secret realm immediately. End of this chapter. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 16. Drenched in consequences. The association's cardmakers guarding the portal at the base were startled to see Russell emerge from the secret realm alone. Did the training end this quickly? One of them thought. As they watched, Russell ran up to them, his face grim and serious. He spoke only 3 words. Something has happened. Soon, after being alerted to the emergency, Victoria Song and the base leader, Commander Gordon, rushed to the scene. When Ms. Song had first heard that Russell had exited the realm early, she couldn't believe it. In her opinion, even if other students had problems, Russell, with his strength, should have been the last one to come out. Seeing him now, safe and sound, a wave of relief washed over her, but it was immediately replaced by concern. Russell, what happened? Russell quickly recounted the events of the last hour, but with a crucial omission. He knew this matter was suspicious, and with so many ordinary association cardmakers present, he couldn't be sure who might be a spy. So, while he described the attack by the powerful monster, he left out the part about Walter's transformation, only saying that an unknown demon had appeared and that the association's guides were dead. Commander Gordon was shocked. He knew the secret realm was filled with surveillance cameras. It should have been impossible for a powerful, out-of-control demon to appear without being detected. However, he didn't refute Russell's words. It was obvious the student in front of him wouldn't tell a lie that could be so easily exposed. He immediately ordered the cardmakers around him to enter the secret realm and begin a rescue operation. As the other cardmakers rushed through the portal, Russell decided he had to tell the rest of the story. He pulled his teacher and the commander aside. "Ms. Song, Commander Gordon," he said in a low voice, "in truth, it wasn't a demon from the secret realm that attacked us. It was one of the cardmakers stationed here." The composure that Commander Gordon had just regained was instantly shattered by Russell's words. He was, however, a base commander. He suppressed the curse that was about to burst from his lips, his expression becoming deadly serious. "Young man," he said, his voice dangerously low, "you have to provide evidence when you make an accusation like that." Russell shook his head. "I have no evidence." When he was in the secret realm, he had deliberately used his own body to block the surveillance camera's view of Walter's face. But, as he spoke, he took the flesh demon gold material from his pocket. "I don't think a material like this is supposed to be produced in the 1,000-foot woods." Looking at the pulsating, golden quality material in Russell's hand, Commander Gordon's expression became uglier and uglier. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to control his emotions. "I need to report this to my superiors," he said, his expression complicated. "Ms. Song, please wait here with this student." With that, he hurried away from the entrance to the secret realm. Soon, the other students from the key class were brought out one after another by the association's rescue teams. They were all a little confused. Only an hour or so had passed since they had started exploring. "Is this the end? I just got one material." "You're lucky. I was only halfway up the mountain when they told me it was over." Victoria Song clapped her hands, a practiced smile on her face, stopping the students' discussions. All right, students. I believe everyone has now experienced the potential dangers in a secret realm. This training exercise ends here. Now, please go back to the bus and wait patiently." She naturally wouldn't explain the real situation to them. According to Russell, this incident was premeditated. The less these students knew, the better. After a while, Nancy and Darren were also brought out. With them, carried on a stretcher, was the unconscious Liam Blake. Fortunately, according to the cardmaker carrying him, while Liam was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. In a world with healing cards, he would recover soon enough. Seeing Liam being carefully carried away, Victoria was about to tell Nancy and Darren to get back on the bus when Darren suddenly spoke, his face pale and slick with sweat. "I'm sorry, Ms. Song, I was so scared just now. I accidentally pushed Nancy." Russell, standing on the side, couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Only scared when you're caught." Ms. Song was confused by his nonsensical words, but at that moment, Nancy spoke up, calmly and clearly explaining the situation that had unfolded in the woods. Hearing her account, a serious, stern expression settled on Victoria Song's face. "I will report this matter to Principal Shepard. I will be sure to get you an explanation." Then, she turned to look at Darren, her voice like ice. "Darren, go back to the bus now. When we return to the school, I will be having a long talk with your parents." The unspoken rules of the cardmaker world were absolute. You do not fight with your teammates. You never let them take the blame, or the fatal blow, for you. Darren shuffled back to the bus in a daze. His time at New Metro First High was over. It was doubtful any other school would accept him now. But the more serious punishment would come later. At most, he would be stripped of his ability to make cards and be kept under strict supervision for the rest of his life. Russell felt no sympathy. Everything Darren was now facing, he deserved. It was all his own fault. At that moment, Commander Gordon hurried back. "Russell, Master Blake wants to see you." "Master Blake, Blake Whitmore," the commander said, his voice filled with reverence. On the top floor of the New Metro Cardmakers Association building, a white-haired old man was talking to a middle-aged man with a goatee. The old man sighed. "I've heard that several high schools had accidents during their secret realm explorations today." The middle-aged man, President Lance Jennings, nodded, his expression grim. "Many students were injured or killed. We still don't know who is responsible. Who else could it be but the Spirit-Begging Society and their new friends, the Sect of Unification?" The old man said, his expression calm. He had already guessed the culprits. "I just don't know how they managed it." Just as Jennings was about to speak, His phone rang, interrupting him. I'm sorry, Director Blake, I have to take this. The old man was, of course, Blake Whitmore. He simply gestured for Jennings to proceed. Hello, what? I understand. Please have the student wait there. After hanging up, Jennings's tone was urgent. Director Blake, we have a lead. A student from New Metro First High successfully killed the attacker in his realm. And he also saw the attacker's true face. It was one of our own association's cardmakers, stationed in the secret realm. A rare smile gradually appeared on Blake Whitmore's old face. It seems our Daming Federation has a successor after all, he said, a spark of hope in his eyes. Have this young student brought here. Immediately. Of course, I'll have them bring him over right away. End of this chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17, The Hearing. Russell sat in the car dispatched from the 1,000-foot woods base, looking at the city scenery rushing past the window. Commander Gordon was sitting quietly beside him. If someone had told Russell just yesterday that he would be on his way to a private meeting with the legendary Blake Whitmore, he would never have believed it. There were only 3 master-level cardmakers in the entire Daming Federation. Among them, Blake Whitmore was primarily stationed in the coastal cities, a living bulwark against the constant threat of riots from the secret realms at sea. He was a figure who stood at the absolute pinnacle of their world, a man whom countless people with immense wealth could never hope to get an audience with. And now Russell, after killing a single rebellious Black Iron-level cardmaker, was being summoned for a personal meeting. It was clear this situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Commander Gordon, sitting beside him, saw Russell frowning and assumed he was nervous. He couldn't help but try to offer some reassurance. Student Russell, don't be nervous. You have performed a great service this time. Master Blake must simply want to meet the young hero of the hour. Gordon's words pulled Russell from his thoughts. He managed a small smile. Thank you, Commander Gordon. Soon, the car arrived at the headquarters of the New Metro Cardmakers Association. Commander Gordon brought Russell to an elevator that was obviously reserved for high-level executives. President Jennings has already given instructions for you to go straight up, he said. He swiped his own ID card, and the elevator doors slid open. Russell took a deep breath and stepped inside. The doors closed, and the elevator began to rise with astonishing speed. Soon, it reached the top floor. Ding! As the doors opened, the president's office appeared before him. The most eye-catching feature was the immense floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire city. But Russell had no time to admire the scenery. He respectfully greeted the 2 men in the room, a white-haired old man and a middle-aged man with a goatee. Master Blake, President Jennings. Hello, I am Russell. The white-haired old man was, of course, Blake Whitmore. In stark contrast to his murderous-sounding title, his demeanor was unexpectedly easygoing. Student Russell, don't be nervous, he said with a gentle smile. Please, sit. Russell sat down obediently, though he only used the edge of the chair. The middle-aged man with the goatee couldn't help but smile at the boy's formal posture. Russell, we owe you our thanks. If not for you, it likely would have taken us some time to uncover the truth of this matter. This was, of course, President Lance Jennings. He wasn't lying. While the association would have eventually discovered the truth by cross-referencing which stationed cardmakers had gone missing after the other high schools were attacked, Russell's direct evidence had accelerated the process immensely. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but ask, then, I wonder why Master Blake and President Jennings asked me to come here. Hearing his direct question, Blake's expression gradually became serious. Russell, I heard that you obtained a piece of material after the attacker was defeated. Russell was stunned, just for this, but he didn't hesitate, taking out the material. He didn't think a master-level cardmaker would embezzle a single black iron material, even if it was gold quality. This is the material that condensed after the attacker's death, he said, handing it to Blake. The moment Blake Whitmore took the material, he sighed. Having been stationed on the coastal defense line for so long, he recognized its origin immediately. It is indeed a material produced by the Demon's Nest, he confirmed. It is certain, then. The Spirit-Begging Society was behind this. Hearing the name of the organization, Russell instantly thought of Walter's last, unfinished word. He couldn't help but say, Master Blake, President Jennings, before the attacker died, he said the word, beg, but he disappeared before he could finish. Jennings and Blake exchanged a sharp glance. Russell, Jennings said, his voice firm, keep this discovery to yourself. Do not tell anyone else. He was worried that Russell, being so young, might spread rumors, but he was more concerned for the boy's personal safety. Their worries were unnecessary. Russell was not an ordinary high school student. He had already instinctively hidden the truth of Walter's identity from his classmates. He nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, Master Blake and President Jennings, for your concern. I won't say a word. Both men couldn't help but smile. Russell's performance was consistently exceeding their expectations. Just as Jennings was about to say something encouraging, the elevator chimed again. A young man holding a file folder came out, walked quickly to Jennings, and said softly, President Jennings, here is all the information you asked me to check. Seeing Jennings nod, the young man saluted the two leaders and left. Jennings flipped through the documents, his brows gradually knitting together. He then handed the file to Blake. Old Blake, take a look. Every single secret realm that had an incident today had a stationed cardmaker who was a last-minute replacement, applying for the post only recently. Blake took the documents and looked through them carefully. Soon, he had the answer. He sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. I was wondering when the spirit-begging society had managed to plant so many chess pieces. Now it is no longer surprising. Look here, he said, tapping the file. These suspicious individuals, without exception, all had financial problems. A sick mother, crippling gambling debts. President Jennings was stunned. They betrayed the association, for money. Blake shook his head. They probably didn't expect to be turned into monsters themselves. But I have been dealing with the spirit-begging society for many years. This is the signature method of their leader, the Ghost Scale, Regent Jin. As he spoke, he turned to look at Russell, his expression earnest. Russell, you must be careful about any offers of unknown financial support in the future. Russell nodded. Thank you for the advice, Director Blake. If that is all, may I leave first? He had a feeling that if he stayed any longer, he would hear even more explosive information, and that was not a good thing for a small Iron-level cardmaker like himself. Handing the flesh demon gold material back to Russell, Blake smiled gently. Go on back, Russell. Be careful on the road. After the elevator door closed, Jennings turned to look at Blake. Mr. Blake, do you think there is anything wrong with this student, Russell? He had never fully trusted him. As the president of a city's cardmaker association, he couldn't afford to be careless. Blake shook his head slowly. The spirit-begging society would be reluctant to throw away such a good seedling. Besides, he added, Lucius noticed nothing wrong with him. As Blake spoke, a figure in red judicial robes, holding a stone tablet, slowly materialized behind him, Inquisitor Lucius. Seeing the card, Jennings couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems this student Russell is really fine. A moment later, his brow furrowed again. But where does the spirit-begging society get so much money? End of this chapter. Support by Powerstons. 1 comments 0 vote. Chapter 18. A generous gift. Standing in front of the new Metro Cardmakers Association headquarters, Russell couldn't help but sigh. I still need to make new cards. The pressure was mounting. Although few people knew the full truth of what had happened in the secret realm, he was terrified that the spirit-begging society would come looking for him. The attack on their training mission had to have been enabled by an insider at the association. Who knew how many more traitors there were? Russell began to calculate his current assets. If he sold the 5 green-quality poisonous centipede materials he'd acquired, his total cash would amount to 370,000 credits. In addition, he had 3 powerful purple and gold materials, Elite Ghoul Purple, Centipede Purple, and Flesh Demon Gold. Originally, he had been planning to create Kokushibo, which would form a bond with Yorichi. But looking at the materials he now possessed, he felt there might be a better option. The most urgent task, however, was to find a way to trade his Flesh Demon material for one that would perfectly match the new card he was envisioning. He just hoped the trading website would have what he was looking for. Riding Pidgeot, he rushed back home, turned on his computer, and began to search. Opening the filter on the trading site, he scanned the sparse listings for black iron, gold quality materials. Then, he saw it. His heart leapt. He couldn't believe it was real. Item type: black iron grade material, type 1 biological colonization suit gold. Price: 660,000 credits. When Russell saw the price, his eyes darkened. Even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford it. Just as he was about to add the material to his watch list, hoping to purchase it when he had enough money, a notification popped up. This item has been sold and can no longer be added to your cart. Seriously, are there really that many rich people out there? Russell's face grew even darker. The perfect golden material he had just found was gone in an instant. For now, his own flesh demon would have to stay off the market. The next day, Russell came to class yawning. He had been thinking about the Type 1 biological colonization suit all night. Alas, he thought, trying to comfort himself, if you get it, you're lucky, if you lose it, it's fate. At that moment, the class was buzzing with discussion about yesterday's secret realm training. Hey, what did you guys get yesterday? I only killed 3 centipede monsters. It's going to take forever to save up for my next card. Yeah, it ended so suddenly. I was just getting ready to make a fortune. Russell, what about you? What was your harvest? Seeing his classmates all looking at him curiously, Russell just scratched his head. He certainly wasn't going to tell them he had become unexpectedly rich. I did okay, I guess, he said casually. At that moment, Nancy Whitemore came over to his desk. Thank you for yesterday, Russell, she said, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been in great danger. Russell just shook his head. I think any of our classmates would have done the same. Besides, didn't you stay behind to protect Liam? If Nancy had wanted to run yesterday, she could have. But she had chosen to stay and face the unknown monster head-on, even though her 3-tailed fox had been shattered in an instant. Speaking of the devil, just as Russell was about to ask about Darren's fate, Nancy sneered. That might not be the case. Darren was perfectly willing to let me die for him. The anger in her voice was palpable. After a pause, she continued, he's already dropped out of school. No other school will accept him now. Because he was still a student and Nancy hadn't been physically harmed in the end, that was the most severe punishment that could be given. Hearing this, Russell just shrugged. Finally, I don't have to watch that clown in class all day. After a moment of silence, Nancy took an envelope from her pocket and handed it to Russell. Russell, this is a thank you gift from my father. He was originally planning to have you over for dinner, but he's been a little busy recently, so this will have to do for now. Russell took the envelope, opened it, and the words of refusal that were about to come out of his mouth were instantly swallowed. Inside was the Type 1 biological colonization suit gold. So you were the rich person, he thought, silently labeling Nancy as a wealthy woman. He quickly put the envelope into his pocket. I won't be polite then, he said, unable to hide his excitement. I really need this material. Thank you. With this, all the materials for the card he wanted to make were gathered. This time, he was confident he could create a gold, or perhaps even a red quality, iron level card. Seeing Russell accept the gift, Nancy smiled. Do you have a goal for your next card? When my father gave me this yesterday, he told me to tell you that it would be best to make a prop card. It would be great whether you use it on a creature card or for yourself. Russell just shook his head. He had already chosen his target and wouldn't be easily swayed. I'm still planning on a creature card. Just as he was about to explain his choice, a figure rushed in front of the two of them and dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother Russell, Sister Nancy, thank you both for saving my life. From now on, I am your loyal servant. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east. It was Liam Blake. Although he had been seriously injured, after being treated by the hospital's cardmakers, he was well enough to attend school today, albeit covered in bandages. Russell didn't pay attention to his vow, instead asking thoughtfully, what if I tell you to go west, and Nancy tells you to go east? Liam looked up, completely confused. Russell helped him up with a smile. Just kidding, just kidding. Ring, ring, ring. The bell for class rang at the right time, and the students hurried back to their seats. Victoria Song slowly walked into the classroom, glanced at the students, and said, I believe you have all now deeply experienced the dangers of a secret realm. Here, I want to especially praise Russell and Nancy. They both adhered to the principle of never abandoning or giving up on a comrade, and successfully saved Liam from danger. Russell nodded to himself as he listened. This was a good way to put an official cap on the incident and keep the students from speculating wildly. At this time, the classroom was filled with whispers. No wonder Liam looked like that just now. Yeah, but luckily he had Russell and Nancy. If it had been Darren. Speaking of which, why didn't Darren come to school today? Ms. Song seemed to have heard his name, and she frowned. Student Darren will not be studying at our school in the future due to family reasons. Considering the negative impact of his behavior, she did not reveal his true fate. Since she didn't say anything more, Russell and Nancy certainly wouldn't either. Okay, she said, please take out your copies of High School Card Making, version 2.3, New Metro University Revised Edition. School is finally over, Russell said that evening, leaning back in his chair at home and stretching. From the moment he had received the thank you gift from Nancy's father, his heart had been set on returning home. He rushed back and spread the materials out in front of him, a slow smile spreading across his face. Elite Ghoul, Centipede, Flesh Demon, and the Type 1 Biological Colonization Suit. If it was this card, he was confident he could bring all his opponents to their knees in the upcoming joint examination. End of this chapter. Support by Powerstons. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 19. Centipede. Please start compiling your story. Ken Kaneki began as an ordinary male college student, no different from anyone else. By chance, in the coffee shop he frequented, Anteiku, he met a girl his age named Rise Kamishiro and fell in love with her. It was a tragedy that he didn't know she was a ghoul, a man-eating monster from urban legends. After their date, as they parted, Rise revealed her true nature and mortally wounded him. By a cruel twist of fate, falling steel beams crushed Rise, and Kaneki was saved. In the hospital, to save his life, a doctor transplanted Rise's organs into his body. Her kakaho became his, and from that day on, Ken Kaneki became a one-eyed ghoul. At first, he noticed nothing unusual, until he tried to eat human food. He found he could no longer stomach it. Walking the streets, he would feel an unnatural hunger for his fellow man. Finally, one night, he could no longer suppress his desire and went out to hunt. He was found by Tuka Kirishima, a waitress from Anteiku, who knew Rise's identity and was shocked to find him alive. Soon after, he learned that a senior at his school, Nishio Nishiki, was also a ghoul. When Nishio tried to kill Kaneki's best friend, Hyde, Kaneki's rage exploded, and for the first time, he unleashed Rise Kamashiro's Kagun. He defeated Nishio, but was stopped by Tuka at the last moment. After this incident, Kaneki began working at Anteiku, where he met Ryoko Fueguchi and her young daughter Hinami, ghouls who, like him, wished to live peacefully. He quickly befriended them, but one day, he watched helplessly as Ryoko was killed by investigators from the CCG. From that day forward, Kaneki began his own harsh training, vowing to never be too weak to protect someone again. To avenge Ryoko, he and Tuka fought the investigators, and Kaneki successfully defeated the formidable investigator Kuduro Amon. One day, a ghoul named Ayato Kirishima and the monstrous Yamori, executives from the ghoul organization Aogiri Tree, appeared at the coffee shop. Yamori, smelling Rise's scent on Kaneki, abducted him. Kaneki was taken away and subjected to brutal, unimaginable torture. A crude rescue plan was devised by his friends, but Yamori saw through it easily. To break him completely, Yamori killed several people in front of Kaneki, causing his mind to collapse. In a trance, Kaneki met the specter of Rise Kamishiro in his mind. Under her guidance, he reviewed his unfortunate childhood and came to a final, terrible realization: he was not the one who was wrong. The world was. In that spiritual space, he devoured Rise, accepting his ghoul half completely. The black-haired boy's hair turned snow-white overnight. When Yamori came again, he was met by a newly awakened Kaneki, who easily defeated and devoured him. After helping his friends escape, Kaneki told Tuka he would not be returning to Anteiku. He joined Aogiri Tree. When Kaneki reappeared, he was part of an Aogiri Tree attack on the ghoul prison, Kakuya. He reached the cell of a powerful ghoul known as Shachi, intending to release him. But Shachi, sensing Rise's scent, attacked him relentlessly. Pushed to his limit, Kaneki released his new Kakuja, a horrifying centipede-like Kagun, and successfully defeated his opponent, but the power drove him into a frenzy. In his madness, he defeated investigator Shinohara, but was eventually stopped by the furious Kuduro Amon. Just then, the leader of Aogiri Tree, the one-eyed owl, appeared and rescued him. Soon after, the CCG prepared an all-out assault on the Anteiku ward. During the massive battle, Kaneki fought his final, decisive duel with Amon, successfully defeating him. But unfortunately for him, among the CCG forces that day was their legendary ace, Kisho. Kaneki was utterly defeated by him, suffering a mortal wound to the head. He would eventually lose his memory and join the CCG under a new name. The story ended there. Russell let out a long sigh. It was the first time he had compiled such a long and complex narrative. He didn't plan to continue. The materials at hand were not enough to support the later, more powerful versions of Kaneki. The mysterious space seemed to agree, and a brilliant light flared. Back in reality, a shy, black-haired boy first appeared in front of Russell. Then, amidst a writhing mass of black and red centipede-like tentacles, the boy's hair bleached white, his expression twisting into one of madness. In the end, it all coalesced into a single card floating quietly in front of him. The most striking thing about it was that the illustrations on its front and back were different. One side showed a young student with black hair, the other, a crazed ghoul with white hair. Centipede Ken Kaneki level, black iron quality, red category, creature. Skills. Kagun Rise Kamashiro wields 4 sharp, tail-like Rinkaku Kagun identical to Rise Kamashiro's, possessing powerful attack strength and a wide attack range. Kakuja Centipede. After Kaneki cannibalized other ghouls, his RC cells mutated, producing a terrifying centipede-like Kakuja. It is not only extremely fast and destructive, but also possesses outstanding defensive capabilities. Characteristics. One-eyed ghoul. As a hybrid with a half-human, half-ghoul body, Kaneki possesses superior physical abilities and Kagun strength compared to ordinary ghouls. High-speed regeneration. After a long period of abuse, the ghoul's already outstanding recovery ability becomes even stronger. Non-fatal injuries can be fully healed in a short period of time. Half Kakuja. There is a chance Kaneki may lose control during battle and be unable to fight rationally. This state is followed by a drastic strengthening of his Kagun. This state can be controlled and stabilized with a specific prop card. Introduction. All the misfortunes in this world are due to the lack of ability of the parties involved. Advanced route. Black Iron Centipede Ken Kaneki, right pointing arrow bronze CCG Investigator Haste Sasaki, right pointing arrow gold One-Eyed King Ken Kaneki. Bonds. When appearing with the Tuka Kirishima series, activates Anteiku. When appearing with the Ito Yoshimura series, activates Aogiri Tree. Russell stared at the card information in a daze. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful card. 3 distinct characteristics. Suppressing his excitement, he absorbed the card into his mind. The next moment, a white-haired young man in a black short-sleeved hoodie appeared in front of him. The most eye-catching thing about him was his single, scarlet ghoul eye. But Russell was not afraid at all. On the one hand, he knew that Kaneki was incredibly gentle to his friends. On the other, he knew that cards could not harm their holders. Even now, card makers had not reached a final conclusion on whether cards possessed their own independent intelligence. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but smile at the figure before him. Please give me your guidance in the future. Kaneki smiled gently in return. Please give me yours. After greeting his new creation, Russell put the card back into his mind. The creature cards should be enough for now, he thought. He still had the flesh demon gold material and over 300,000 in cash. He could consider making a prop card, either for Yorichi or for himself. But he was in no hurry. He had already spent a tremendous amount of energy making Kaneki's card today. He would rest for now. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20. A Path to Hell. The next day, Russell had a rare, deep sleep. It was more likely that he had simply exhausted his brain cells making cards the day before. For most card makers, sleep had been replaced by the practice of the deep blue meditation method, and Russell, never one to lag behind, had adopted the same habit. Riding Pidgeot through the morning sky, he quickly arrived at New Metro First High. Ever since getting his mount, he no longer had to worry about being late due to traffic jams, though given how highly regarded he now was, Victoria Song probably wouldn't have said much even if he were late once or twice. The day's classes began, accompanied by Ms. Song's hypnotic voice. Today, however, Russell was more interested than usual. The lesson was on chain cards and legion cards. Students, please listen carefully to what follows, Victoria Song said, her face serious as she looked out at the students of the key class. Chain cards, as the name suggests, are cards that have a linked effect between them. This is usually seen between a creature card and a specific item card. She didn't draw out the suspense, getting straight to the point. A famous example from the mythology of the Daming Federation is the creature card Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, and the item card the Seven Treasure Exquisite Pagoda, she explained. When used together, these two cards produce a powerful chain effect. I won't go into the specifics, but know that the power of a true chain effect is on par with a card bond. Russell knew about card bonds. Both of his main cards had them, but unfortunately, he didn't have the materials to create the corresponding cards to activate them yet. Ms. Song, unaware of his thoughts, continued, chain cards are usually created from key props in a character's story. This is something you should all pay attention to when designing your cards in the future. After discussing chain cards, she moved on to Legion cards. This was the top priority of the Federation's card-making education system. The next topic is Legion cards, she said, her tone growing even more serious. Please pay close attention. Seeing her intensity, the students couldn't help but sit up straight. Legion cards do not refer to the cards in a single cardmaker's hand, she explained, pushing up her glasses. It refers to batches of identical cards mass-produced by organized groups of cardmakers. She paused, letting the concept sink in. Most cardmakers with average or limited talent would eventually either end up joining the army or becoming a stationed cardmaker in a city's controlled secret realm. In the army, the quality of cards made by low-level cardmakers was often uneven. To solve this, the Daming Federation's court issued a number of high-strength card-making templates. Low-level cardmakers could use these templates to produce standardized cards, which, when summoned together on a battlefield, could be integrated to generate a power far greater than the sum of their parts. This was why she was so serious. In her opinion, only Russell and Nancy were truly top-tier seedlings in her class. The final destination for most of the other students would likely be one of the two paths she had just described. Russell now understood. This was how the cardmakers confronting the demon armies on the border fought their wars. But it had little to do with him. He had just made a red quality card last night, his path was a different one. Time flew by, and school ended in the blink of an eye. Just as Russell was about to go home, Nancy came up to him. She seemed worried, which confused him. What's wrong? He couldn't help but ask. Nancy was silent for a moment before she spoke. Darren is missing. Russell was stunned. What does Darren's disappearance have to do with me? He thought. Does he actually have the guts to try and get revenge? Just as he was about to ask, Nancy continued, my father told me to tell you to be careful when you go home from school. Darren's parents, she said, her voice low, were found dead in their home this morning. The association suspects Darren was responsible, and they're tracking him now. Russell was full of questions, the primary one being, Darren is that filial. At that moment, his mind was filled with a collection of dark internet jokes about patricide. Nancy ignored his strange choice of words and just shook her head. Anyway, just be careful. With that, she turned and left. In her opinion, Darren posed no real threat to Russell, so a simple warning was enough. Russell rode Pidgeot and slowly landed in front of his dilapidated apartment building. As he was about to go upstairs, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. It feels like I haven't seen you in a long time, Russell. It was Aunt May, his next-door neighbor. She had a good relationship with the original owner, having watched him grow up. She was the one who had dragged him with her to escape during the Demon's Nest riot. The original owner would even occasionally go to her house for a free meal. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but smile. After becoming a card maker, I've had a lot of things to do. I haven't had time to visit you, Aunt May. Why are you being so polite, you silly boy? She said with a warm smile. Come over for dinner when you're free. In her opinion, it was a wonderful thing that Russell had become a card maker. At least he was doing much better than the miserable orphan he used to be. Next time, definitely next time, Russell laughed. The two of them slowly went up the stairs together. On the way, she suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, Russell, I'm not trying to be nosy, but young people shouldn't associate with questionable people. Questionable people. Just as he was about to ask, she continued, when I went out to buy groceries just now, I saw a young man and some secondary thug hanging around your door. Russell was confused. In his memory, the original owner's social circle was very clean. The only social person he had dealt with recently was Brother Tiger from Duo Finance. Could it be him? But I already paid off the debt. Although he was confused, he still said, yes, you're right, Auntie May. But the people you're talking about must have come to the wrong door. I don't think I know them. Aunt May breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want a good boy like Russell to get mixed up in society's dregs. They stood for a moment on the stairwell landing. That's it, then, she said. I have to go back and cook. Come over to eat when you have time. Okay, I'll come when I'm free, Russell agreed with a smile. The sound of their conversation echoed in the silent, dark corridor. Turning around, Russell put his hand on his door handle, about to take out his key. In that instant, he felt a sudden, violent force from the other side of the door. His instincts screamed, he let go and leapt back. Ken Kaneki appeared in front of him in a flash. Boom. The old, rusty, dilapidated iron door was blown off its hinges, sent flying across the corridor like a cannonball. It slammed hard into Aunt May. Ha ha ha, that kid was right. You really are a genius. A crazed, familiar laugh echoed from within Russell's apartment. At that moment, Russell finally understood who Aunt May had been talking about. He looked at his kind neighbor, now lying motionless on the ground, her life or death uncertain. Russell's expression turned to ice. A surging, murderous intent boiled up in his heart. Darren, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 21, there's no gate to hell, yet you rush in. What caught Russell's eyes were Darren and a young man with a garish, green coxcomb haircut. Standing with them were their cards, Darren's green zombie and the coxcomb-haired youth's own pale, sharp-fanged creature. Hearing Russell's furious threat, Darren couldn't help but sneer. I really can't beat you, Russell. But today, my brother Gus is here. Today, I'm going to make you kneel down and beg for mercy. He shouted, his confidence bolstered by his new ally. Brother Gus is a bronze-level cardmaker. If he had been alone, Darren never would have dared to seek revenge. But that's what this was, revenge. In his twisted mind, he blamed Russell for everything that had happened to him, never once considering that his current fate was entirely his own fault. Or perhaps he had, but he didn't have the courage to retaliate against Nancy Whitemore. Her father, after all, was a gold-level cardmaker. But the man Darren called Brother Gus ignored him completely. His eyes were fixed on Russell, a look of keen interest on his face. Russell, is it? As long as you are willing to join our spirit-begging society, he said, his voice smooth and calculating, you can do whatever you want with this kid here. Gus had been ordered to come and recruit Darren. But when the disgraced student told him about Russell, his curiosity had been piqued. Now, seeing him in person, he knew that 100 Darrens were not worth a single Russell. He had followed Darren here just to see what the genius, who had thwarted the society's training ground plot looked like. If he was worthless, it didn't matter if he killed him on the spot. But if he was valuable, bringing him back would surely earn him praise and rewards from his superiors. Darren's face went pale hearing Gus's casual offer. Brother Gus, he stammered, what do you mean by that? A nasty, contemptuous smile spread across Gus's face. What I mean, he said, is that compared to him, you are a complete and utter idiot. Trash. Give up, Russell said, his voice cold as ice as he watched the two of them. There's no way I'll ever join the spirit-begging society. At this moment, a murderous intent was boiling in his heart. Perhaps pretending to be friendly was the best tactical option, but he couldn't do it. He just wanted to crush the two opponents before him into pieces. He had tolerated Darren's provocations before, treating him like a clown. But he had crossed a line. He had colluded with the spirit-begging society and attacked an innocent person. What's more, his own life was now threatened. So, Darren, Russell said, his tone chillingly certain, you killed your parents yourself, didn't you? Gus laughed, an exaggerated, mocking sound. He's a loser, but I have to admit, I'm ashamed of his cruelty. Darren's face twisted into a mask of resentment. Those two old fools. He spat bitterly. They actually wanted me to kneel down and apologize to you. I'm not the one who was wrong. They just don't understand me at all. And now, with the spirit begging society, I still have a chance to keep making cards. If Gus hadn't appeared, he might have eventually swallowed his pride and apologized. But the society had given him hope for a comeback. In return, they had demanded a show of loyalty. By killing his parents, Darren had burned all his bridges. There was no turning back. Hearing his confession, Russell let out a long sigh and closed his eyes for a moment. You really are a beast, worse than any pig or dog. At this point, there was nothing more to talk about. Gus's card, the pale man with sharp fangs, was likely from the vampire series, a rare type in the Daming Federation. Russell didn't know its power level, but seeing that Kaneki was unconcerned, he felt confident. Besides, with the commotion they had just made, the neighbors must have already notified the Cardmakers Association. All he had to do was hold out until they arrived. The vampire took the first step, its right fist whistling through the air as it punched at Russell. Clang! The attack was blocked. Black and red centipede-like tentacles had extended from Kaneki's back, coiling around Russell to protect him. Let's change venues, Russell said softly to Kaneki. This place is too small. He glanced at Auntie May's still form on the ground. Kaneki understood instantly. He picked Russell up and, in 5 powerful strides, leapt out of the ruined doorway and into the open space outside the building. HMPH, trying to escape. Gus sneered, chasing after them with his vampire. Darren hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow. In his mind, as long as they killed Russell here, he could still join the society and get his revenge at the same time. Outside the building, Gus looked at Russell curiously. That kid only said you had one purple creature card. He didn't say you had another. Russell didn't give him the kindness of a reply. The sharp, tail-like Kagun belonging to Rise Kamishiro shot out from Kaneki's back, smashing fiercely into the vampire. Boom! The scene was instantly filled with smoke. Just as Kaneki was silently observing the situation, a black shadow shot out from the smoke and slammed into him. Kaneki froze, unable to move. A mere Iron-level card, defeated by my shadow strike. You should feel honored, right? Gus's proud words echoed in the night. Good opportunity. Darren, seeing his chance, controlled his green zombie to charge at the now defenseless Russell. But unfortunately for him, a black-haired young man blocked its path. It was Yorichi Shigekuni. Darren couldn't believe it. Why, it's bad enough that you made a second creature card so quickly, but how can you control 2 at the same time? Thanks to his extraordinary mental talent, Russell had recently, vaguely, touched the threshold of the bronze level. Controlling 2 Iron-level cards at the same time was a piece of cake. Soon, Yorichi replicated the scene from the ranking test, beheading the green zombie with a single, clean slice. But he did not press the attack, instead retreating quietly to Russell's side. Kaneki's situation was still unclear. If things were impossible, he would retreat with Russell. The smoke gradually dissipated. A dark shadow extended from beneath the feet of Gus's vampire all the way to Kaneki's, holding him firmly in place. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the vampire's face. The next moment, a red mist of blood burst from Kaneki's body. Seeing this, Gus was certain he had won. Kneel down and beg for mercy now, he said, and I might give you another chance. Darren looked at him in disbelief. He's still trying to recruit Russell. Is he really that good? Just as Darren was about to say something, he saw Gus's eyes suddenly widen, as if he had seen something impossible. He looked back and saw that a huge, new centipede tentacle had erupted from Kaneki's back, piercing clean through the vampire's body. At the other end of the tentacle was Kaneki, his expression one of pure rage. An injury of that degree would have shattered an ordinary black iron card. But Kaneki was red quality. High-speed regeneration was already knitting his wounds back together. The next moment, the centipede's tentacles, like a mad dragon, rushed towards the terrified, coxcomb-haired young man. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 22. Hey, can we reconcile? Bonus chapter. As promised bonus chapter. As the vampire card disintegrated into a fading mist, the coxcomb-haired man stumbled back, face contorting in disbelief and panic. Impossible, he shrieked. Why the hell didn't your card die? He stared, trembling, at Kaneki, who stood unscathed, his kagun curling behind him like blood-soaked centipede tendrils. The man had foolishly believed that a bronze-level blue card would win him the fight. What he didn't know, couldn't have known, was that Kaneki was no ordinary Black Iron-level summon. He was red quality, and worse, he possessed the terrifying ability, high-speed regeneration. His body could recover faster than the enemy could hurt him. You're not supposed to be this strong, the man muttered, taking a desperate step back. This isn't fair. Panic turned to madness as he summoned every card he still had, low-tier Black Iron summons he'd crafted in high school. A swarm of shadow bats, a bone-armored zombie, even a reinforced ghoul. They all rushed Kaneki at once. But Kaneki didn't move, not at first. Then came the blur. With a sickening snap, one Kagun spear shot through the air and impaled the bone zombie through the chest, pinning it to the wall like a trophy. Another Kagun burst outward, shredding through the bats mid-flight, turning them into black confetti. The third Kagun wrapped around the ghoul's neck, and twisted. Crack, the head hit the floor before the body did. Please, stop. The coxcomb-haired man collapsed onto his knees, shaking like a leaf. His pants were soaked. I surrender, he cried, throwing his card deck aside. Please, don't kill me. I have information. Valuable stuff. About the spirit-begging society. Just let me live. Kaneki turned his head, crimson eyes glowing beneath his white hair, and glanced back at Russell. Russell met his summon's gaze for a moment, then shook his head. Kaneki's expression didn't change. The next moment was pure horror. With a low snarl, Kaneki surged forward, Kagun moving like snakes. One coiled around the man's leg, jerking him off the ground. The other skewered through his shoulders, pinning him midair like a crucified rag doll. No, please, AAARGH. Kaneki didn't give him the luxury of a clean death. The Kagun split apart inside the man's body, reducing him to shredded meat. Bones cracked like twigs, organs splattered, blood soaked the concrete. By the time the scream stopped, there was nothing left but pulp. Russell looked on, his expression emotionless. Information, please. That guy had clearly been a low-tier pawn in the spirit-begging society. He wasn't risking his safety on the off chance the bastard had something worthwhile. Besides, Auntie May was still lying unconscious in the stairwell, her fate unknown. That was more important. Behind him, Darren had already collapsed, paralyzed by terror. He hadn't expected the arrogant thug to die so easily. So completely. His body was trembling uncontrollably. His mouth opened, but no words came out at first. Finally, he stammered, Russell, please, I won't ever try anything again. I swear it. Russell looked at him, eyes cold and devoid of pity. You're not sorry, you're just scared of dying. Darren's face twisted in panic. You can't kill me. Murder is illegal, Russell. At that, Russell actually laughed. Murder is illegal, that's rich, coming from the guy who helped ambush me in the Devil's Nest. Did you care about the law when you watched people die in that space? When you helped cover it up? Darren paled, unable to speak. Russell gestured lazily. Kaneki, take care of it. No, wait. Darren's screams echoed as Kaneki moved in. There was a flash of movement, a slice, and silence. Russell didn't look back. He had more pressing matters now. Staying here and waiting for the guild was technically the right thing to do, but it would also mean being detained for questioning. Maybe even suspicion of unauthorized card use. Red quality summons weren't exactly common for someone his rank. He couldn't afford the delay. He needed power, more power than ever. Bronze-level cards, silver tier, even palace rank. Anything less would never be enough. Shaking off the blood and chaos, Russell pulled out his phone and scanned his contacts. First, Mr. Williams. Kind-hearted, yes, but powerless in matters involving the spirit-begging society. Next, Victoria Song. She was his current homeroom teacher. Smart, decent connections, maybe. Then, President Marcus. He had given Russell his number after the interview. A high-ranking figure in the guild, but right now, Russell didn't trust anyone with ties to the organization. Not after what just happened. If the spirit-begging society had already infiltrated the guild, reaching out to the wrong person could be fatal. He continued down the list, until he stopped on one name. Nancy. Russell dialed. A moment later, a sharp, confident voice answered. Hello. Hi, this is Russell. Is your father home? About 10 minutes later, a sleek, black sports car pulled up in front of Harmony Heights. A sharp-eyed, clean-cut man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. The car dissolved into particles of light and returned to a summon mark on his forehead. Russell stepped forward as the man approached. You must be Russell, the man said. I'm Jonathan Westbrook, Nancy's father. You can call me Uncle John. That's why Russell had called. Nancy had trusted him with the truth about Darren's crimes. And if she was a victim of the Spirit-Begging Society's conspiracy, there was no way her father was one of them. Unless, of course, he was willing to use his own daughter as bait. And if that was the case, Russell would accept defeat. Uncle John, he greeted respectfully, thank you for coming. Nancy should have told you the details. Jonathan nodded, then frowned slightly. She did, but you said you defeated a bronzetier cardmaker from the Spirit-Begging Society. He gave Russell a probing look. Can I see the card you used? Russell understood the suspicion. If their roles were reversed, he'd have asked the same. With a snap of his fingers, Kaneki materialized beside him, blood-red eyes glowing, claws still slick with gore, his centipede Kagun twitching like it was still hungry. Jonathan's pupils narrowed. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the summon. Gold, he muttered. No, stronger. This is red quality, isn't it? As a gold-tier cardmaker, Jonathan could estimate the true quality of a summon at a glance. Now it all made sense. This is the material Nan brought to you yesterday? He asked. You crafted it this quickly? Russell nodded. Jonathan stared at him in silence, then smiled with genuine admiration. Impressive. You're really something, Russell. A quiet pride crept into his voice, though he quickly hid it. Russell's terrifying potential reminded him of someone. A cardmaker who'd once defined an entire generation, Elias Grant, the only living Hall of Fame cardmaker. But Jonathan shook off the comparison. It was ridiculous. The kid in front of him was still just an iron-tier crafter. Still, he turned serious. Listen carefully. When the guild arrives, I'll say I was the one who eliminated that Spirit-Begging Society scum, and Darren. Russell blinked. But, why? Jonathan gave a tired smile. To protect you, he said simply. And, to buy you time. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 23, Aftermath. Do you know why Principal Shepard fought so hard to get your class into that secret realm for training, even if it was just the most basic one? Seeing Russell's lingering confusion, Jonathan Whitemore didn't answer his unspoken question directly, but instead posed a new one. Russell had assumed it was all for the joint exam. Wasn't it to prepare for the joint examination of the 4 schools in the Evergrove district? Jonathan laughed softly. Yes, you're right, but that's only half the reason. The more important reason is to prepare for the secret realm you can enter after winning the joint examination. Another secret realm, Russell thought. Is there something special about it? As if reading his mind, Jonathan continued, this second secret realm is just an ordinary bronze level 1. But for high school students like you, access to a bronze level secret realm is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Russell scratched his head. Even so, the level of importance everyone was placing on it seemed excessive. Jonathan looked at the boy. If he hadn't saved his daughter, and if he hadn't shown such extraordinary talent, he never would have explained so much to a mere high school student. Once you enter that bronze-level secret realm, Jonathan said, his tone growing serious, you'll have the opportunity to advance your own rank far ahead of your peers. You'll also have a significant advantage in the Riverview Province Unified Examination at the end of this year. Generally, most students were still at the iron level when they graduated high school. Only a select few from wealthy families or with exceptional talent reached the bronze level before university. The Riverview Province Unified Examination? Russell asked. He searched his memory but found nothing. That's right, Jonathan confirmed, no longer being cryptic. It's a new system, started only this year. Students who perform well in the Unified Examination can be admitted to the top universities in the Federation in advance. Russell finally understood. No wonder Jonathan had been so invested. Even if Nancy didn't win the joint exam, her father could still provide her with resources. But Russell wasn't so lucky. As an orphan, he had to fight for every single step forward. A new question surfaced in his mind. Why was the Unified Examination only started this year? And in his memory, the spirit-begging society had never been so brazenly active before. Is something wrong with the Federation itself? He silently suppressed the doubts in his heart. Those were questions far too big for him to answer right now. Seeing that Russell understood, Jonathan smiled and clapped him on the shoulder. Keep it up, Russell. I'm optimistic about you. It wasn't just an empty compliment, he truly had high hopes for the boy. When he himself was at the iron level, the best he had ever produced was a gold quality card, and that had taken him more than half a year. Russell had gathered his materials yesterday and created a red quality card today. Thank you, Uncle. I'll do my best, Russell replied, not letting the praise go to his head. He knew he was able to create Kaneki only by standing on the shoulders of giants. He would have to thank Kubo and Kishimoto in his heart for their future protection as well. As they were talking, several association vehicles with flashing red and blue lights arrived at the Happy Home complex. A young man who was very familiar to Russell got out of the lead car. It was Zephyr Flynn, the junior from the new Metro University card-making department. Zephyr, what are you doing here? Russell asked, surprised. Zephyr looked at him for a few moments before recognizing him. Oh, it's you, Russell. He sighed dramatically. There's no way around it. The school arranged this internship for me. Most third and fourth year students in the university's card-making department had to go out for internships. Zephyr would have much preferred to stay in his air-conditioned dorm room and play games. Jonathan then spoke up. Zephyr, it turns out you and Russell know each other. That makes things easier. Zephyr only then noticed the high-ranking director standing next to Russell and was shocked. Director Whitemore, what are you doing here? Russell is a classmate of my daughter's, Jonathan said, smoothly reciting the cover story they had agreed upon. I happened to be giving him a ride home today when we ran into some scum from the spirit-begging society. Zephyr was stunned. He was sure the emergency call had said it was only Russell who was on the scene. He looked from Russell to Jonathan's smiling face and instantly understood. Director Whitemore did a good job. He said quickly, changing his tune. Everyone has a duty to punish the scum of the spirit-begging society. Zephyr was lazy, not stupid. With a high-ranking director providing an endorsement, and as long as the dead were confirmed to be society members, he wasn't about to dig any deeper into the matter. After a moment, he asked tentatively, then, Director Whitemore, would it be convenient for you to come back with us and give a formal statement? Jonathan had come here for this very reason, so he certainly wouldn't refuse. He turned to Russell. Russell, I'm afraid you can't live in this place anymore after the mess I've made. You had better find another place to live. Russell understood his meaning. He was reminding him that even if he could fool the association, with so many witnesses today, this apartment was no longer safe. He nodded slightly. I understand, Uncle. I'll go find a new house later. Seeing that Russell understood, Jonathan said no more and got into the back of Zephyr's car. At this time, Russell hesitated, then asked, Zephyr, I was wondering, how is Auntie May from next door? Because neither he nor Jonathan had any healing cards, she had been lying on the ground until the association's medical team had arrived. Don't worry, Zephyr said, seeing his concern. Our people checked on her. She just has a few broken bones and fainted from the shock. Her life is not in danger. Hearing that his neighbor wasn't seriously injured, Russell couldn't help but feel relieved. She had already suffered enough because of him. Well then, Russell, we'll be leaving first, Zephyr said, seeing that the scene had been handled. He gave a nod and led his team away. Generally, the association would reimburse for any damages caused by illegal card makers like this, so Russell didn't have to worry about paying out of his own pocket. Returning to his old and rundown home, Russell looked at the mess, the shattered door, the bloodstains, and sighed silently. He had only been in this world for about half a month, and he was already being targeted by a dangerous organization. He felt that his life was bleak. However, the most urgent task right now was to find a new residence. He definitely could not live in the Happy Home complex anymore. End of this chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. 16 comments 0 vote. Chapter 24, Undercurrent. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily update. The sky outside had turned completely dark. Russell sighed, resigning himself to spending the night in his now compromised apartment. He had Kaneki lift the heavy, bent iron door back into its frame, closing it loosely to provide at least the illusion of security. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he began to map out his next move. First, he had to figure out what to do with his money. He was lucky, being alone in the world meant he didn't have much property to worry about. He always carried his bank card and his most valuable possession, the flesh and blood demon gold card, on his person. If he hadn't, he would have been cleaned out completely. Thinking of the attacker's body, a thought struck him, and his face froze. He hadn't searched the corpse for materials. Forget it, he told himself, trying to rationalize the missed opportunity. Even if I had, the association would have likely confiscated anything I found. Pushing the random thoughts aside, Russell focused on the 370,000 he had on hand. He mentally allocated 70,000 for daily expenses. The remaining 300,000 would be best used to purchase materials for a new prop card, either to enhance Yorichi's combat power or for his own self-defense. An idea began to form in his mind, but he had expended far too much mental energy today. He was in no condition to attempt making a new card. "I'll need you two to keep watch tonight," Russell said quietly to Yorichi, Shigekuni and Kaneki, who stood silently in the room. He wasn't a fool. After an attack like this, he couldn't afford to drop his guard and meditate alone. His mental strength was vast enough to sustain both cards through the night, as long as there was no fighting. At that same moment, in a dark corner of the Happy Home complex, a tall, thin figure spoke to his companion. "Boss, should we just rush in there and grab the kid? What happened to Gus? It has to be connected to him." The sturdier figure, the boss, slapped the tall man across the face. "Idiot," he hissed. "How many times have I told you we need to keep a low profile? How are you so sure this kid isn't bait set by the Cardmaker Association?" He was seething, his voice a low growl. And that moron Gus today. Who told him to act on his own? If he hadn't made contact, he would have ruined the president's entire plan. 10 of his lives wouldn't be enough to pay for that failure. "So, what then, boss?" the tall man asked, covering his stinging cheek. "We just let it go." A cold sneer spread across the boss's face. "Anyone who offends our spirit-begging society pays the price. We'll watch him for a few days. See if he's really just bait." Just then, a bright beam of light swept over them. It was a security guard from the complex. "What are you two doing skulking around here?" the guard asked, his voice laced with suspicion. After the major incident that afternoon, management had ordered them to increase patrols to show they were taking it seriously. Not that they would be any help if they actually encountered a real criminal. The sturdy figure froze as the flashlight beam illuminated his shiny, bald head. He forced a nervous smile. "We're, just out for a night run. Yeah, we're just leaving now." He grabbed his subordinate and the two of them quickly jogged out of the Happy Home complex. The security guard knew something was off about the pair, but he was just an ordinary man earning 3,000 a month. He wasn't paid enough to risk his life over it. "See you tomorrow, Nancy," Russell said the next evening after school. He waved goodbye to Nancy Whitemore and hurried straight to a real estate agency. He needed to find a new place to live, and fast. "Mr. Russell, do you have any specific requirements for your new home?" the agent asked with a professional smile, not looking down on him for his youth. In a world with superpowered card makers, it paid to be polite. You never knew who you might be offending. Aside from a fool like Darren, Russell had found that most people were quite discerning. Russell thought for a moment. "It needs to be in the Evergrove district," he began. "And I'd prefer a single-family house. Something quiet, if possible." He was set on a detached house this time. His former neighbor, Auntie May, was still in the hospital because of him. He couldn't risk that happening again. A quieter location would also make it easier for him to concentrate on the delicate process of card making. The agent's eyes lit up. "Yes, of course, I have 2 properties that fit your requirements perfectly." He quickly pulled up listings on his phone and handed it to Russell. "This is the first one. It's surrounded by commercial districts, very popular, and great for travel." Russell looked at the photos. For an ordinary person, it would be ideal. But with Pidgeot, convenient travel wasn't a primary concern for him. Sensing his hesitation, the agent swiped to the next listing. "And this is the second one. The landlord has already taken care of the utilities and network connection, so you can move in immediately. The only downside is that it's a bit remote. So, which one do you think is more suitable? The agent asked. Russell weighed his options. He didn't know for sure if he was being targeted by the spirit-begging society. Logic dictated he choose the first house in the busy downtown area, where the society wouldn't dare make a move. But was he willing to gamble with the lives of innocent bystanders? He made his choice. I'll take the second one. Can we sign the contract today? I can't put others in danger because of my problems, he sighed inwardly. Besides, the only person who knew he was moving was Nancy's father, Jonathan Whitemore. It should be safe enough. The agent was slightly disappointed. The commission on the first house was higher, but a sale was a sale. Excellent choice. Please follow me, sir. A short while later, the contract was signed. The rent was $4,000 a month, with a standard deposit. The agent then drove Russell to his new residence in Evergrove Hills. The house was well worth the price. It was a 2-story detached home, covering an area of about 100 square meters. When he stepped inside, he found it surprisingly clean, with very little dust. The landlord clearly had it cleaned regularly. Well, Mr. Russell, I'll be on my way, the agent said after handing him the keys. As Russell began to explore his new home, a bald man in the house next door was sweating profusely. The sound of the agent's car had drawn his curiosity to the window, and he had seen Russell. What is going on? Am I exposed? The bald man was filled with suspicion. He had just been investigating Russell last night, and now the kid had moved in right next door to him. It was too much of a coincidence. A knot of irritation and panic tightened in his stomach. He decided he had to find out what was going on. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, pulling Russell from his thoughts. He was confused. Only Nancy and her father knew he had moved. Had they somehow found him already? But he hadn't even told them his new address. Russell opened the door, his mind full of questions. He was met with the sight of a dazzlingly bald head. He was stunned for a moment before asking tentatively, "Brother Tiger?" It was none other than the thug from Duo Finance. Brother Tiger forced a strained smile onto his face. "Long time no see, Russell. I live next door. I just saw you move in and wanted to come over and say hello." Russell was shocked. What are the odds? He kept his composure, however, and offered a simple explanation. The old place was getting a bit run down. I came into some money, so I figured it was time for an upgrade. He wasn't close enough with Brother Tiger to tell him the real reason. Brother Tiger laughed, a hollow sound. "Well then, please take care of me in the days to come, neighbor. I have something else to do, so I'll be going now." "All right, take care." What Russell didn't see was the way Brother Tiger's friendly expression instantly curdled into a dark, menacing scowl the moment he turned around. End of chapter. Hope you like the FIC. We need power stones to survive. 300 power stones for bonus chapter. 500 power stones for bonus chapter. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 25, 3 treasures. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily update. Spare money. A new place. In his own home, Brother Tiger muttered Russell's words back to himself, his face a mask of paranoia. Is he targeting me? He didn't believe for a second that the boy's words were a coincidence, it had to be a veiled threat. But then, thinking of the grand plans revealed to him by the spirit-begging society, he couldn't help but sneer with disdain. This old ship of the Federation is about to sink anyway. If we don't jump to a new one now, when will we? He briefly considered changing his own residence but gave up the idea. Moving would be an admission of guilt. Russell, on the other side of the wall, was completely unaware that Brother Tiger was engaged in a battle of wits with the air. After the attack in his apartment, he had realized that his own personal protection was still insufficient. If Kaneki hadn't been so overwhelmingly strong, he would have died during that first encounter with Gus's vampire. He decided he needed to make a defensive prop card. Lying on his sofa, he scrolled through the trading website on his phone, looking for suitable materials. Item materials: blood-stained chessboard green, golden beads green, life-linked red rope blue, broken handle of ancient sword blue. Russell's eyes lit up when he saw the golden beads and the life-linked red rope. He knew immediately what he was going to make. The idea came from the story Under One Person, a defensive magic weapon called the Three Treasures Pearl, created by Ma Shanong, the master of the legendary skill Divine Machine 100 Refinements. In the original story, the Three Treasures Pearl was a high-end, self-repairing magical tool. It was composed of 3 beads on a string. The middle bead activated a protective shield. Each time the shield was destroyed, the middle bead would shatter, and the 2 side beads would dim as they channeled their energy to repair it, allowing it to be destroyed a total of 3 times. However, Russell didn't need a self-repairing ability. In his world, even if a card was completely destroyed, it just entered a 24-hour cooldown. Therefore, he decided to modify the design, focusing purely on strengthening its defensive capabilities. Soon, the materials were delivered by a Metro Express drone. It only cost just over 70,000 credits, Russell thought to himself. Even if the creation fails, the sunk cost is acceptable. He depicted the pattern of the 3 precious beads on a blank card, 3 golden orbs strung on a thin red string, each one emitting a dazzling luster. Slowly wrapping his mental power around the materials and the card, he entered the dark, mysterious space once more. Prop cards didn't have story requirements as strict as creature cards, but you couldn't just make things up and expect success. Russell silently input the story of the 3 treasures and waited for the mysterious space's judgment. The shipwreck he worried about never happened, the story was approved. When his consciousness returned to reality, the completed prop card was floating gently in front of him. He absorbed it directly into his mind, and the next moment, a red rope with 3 golden beads appeared around his neck. 3 treasures level, black iron. Quality, blue. Category, prop. Skill, once per day, can resist up to 3 iron level attacks or 1 bronze level attack. The number of uses is restored at 12 AM. Chain, can form a chain card with the card Ma Shanong of the Divine Machine. The description was concise, with only 1 skill. But Russell wasn't surprised. He had been pursuing pure defensive power. If it could only withstand 3 iron level attacks, it would be of limited use. But being able to withstand a single bronze level attack was a complete game changer. He was confident Kaneki could handle most iron level threats. But this prop card could save his life in a real crisis, creating a huge variable in combat. Better yet, it could be used by either Yorichi or Kaneki in a duel. With this, Russell couldn't help but smile. We should be able to easily pass the joint examination in a few days. Originally, he wasn't overly concerned with winning, but after Jonathan Whitemore's explanation, he understood the true significance of the event. Closing his eyes, Russell began his daily meditation. The sooner he could break through to the bronze level, the sooner he could make even stronger cards. He could already feel himself touching the threshold, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. Beside him, Yorichi and Kaneki stood as silent, faithful guardians. Time passed quickly. The spirit-begging society did not come looking for him again, just as he had expected. Soon, the day of the final ranking test before the joint exam arrived. Alright, this week's ranking test is over, Victoria Song announced from the battle arena. In the end, the top 3 students in our class are Russell, Nancy Whitemore, and Liam Blake. These 3 will represent our school in the joint examination of the 4 schools. Just as Russell had predicted, he sat firmly in the number 1 spot, with no other students even attempting to challenge him. The same was true for Nancy. Liam, however, had a tougher time. As the student who had replaced Darren, he was seen as the weakest of the 3 and had to fend off several challenges from his classmates. But in the end, he managed to hold on to his position. Man, Russell and Nancy are total monsters. I don't even want to challenge them. That's right, and I can't beat Liam either. I was so close. If I just had 1 more prop card, I could have beaten him. Ignoring the chatter from the sidelines, Victoria Song walked up to the 3 of them with a smile. Go home and get a good rest today. Tomorrow is the joint exam. I hope you can bring home a victory. In her opinion, New Metro First High had a great chance this year. It had been years since the school had produced 2 students who made purple quality cards right from the start. They had never had such a wonderful head start. Looking at Ms. Song's departing back, Liam touched the back of his head with a simple smile. Brother Russell, Sister Nancy, I definitely can't do it. We'll have to rely on you too. Russell just shook his head slightly. You're quite capable, Liam. Keep it up. In Russell's opinion, Liam's strength was respectable, and he had even made a steel fork prop card for his Minotaur, clearly practicing for an eventual Soul Reaper Oxhead card, even if that was a distant, bronze-level goal. Nancy, however, had a worried look on her face. I heard from my father that someone from Metro University Prep made a gold card, she said. I'm afraid. What's this? Didn't Uncle Jonathan tell her I made a red card? Russell was confused for a moment. But since Jonathan Whitemore was keeping his cards close to his chest, Russell certainly wasn't going to be the one to reveal his hand. He kept his expression unchanged. We won't know until we fight, he said calmly. Just do your best. Hearing his words, Liam and Nancy nodded silently, though they still looked a little pessimistic. After all, the gap between a purple card and a gold card was immense. Perhaps a purple card could defeat a gold one, but only with the help of powerful prop cards. Looking at their reactions, Russell just shook his head and turned back to the classroom to attend the last class of the day. 300 Power Stones done, 500 Power Stones for next bonus chapter. 8 comments, 0 vote. Alert! Hey everyone, I've seen your comments about the inconsistencies in ranks, names, and even organization names throughout the chapters. I really appreciate the feedback, and I've gone ahead and edited everything for consistency. If you'd like, you can revisit the chapters. There are now added scenes and explanations to help make things clearer. For example, Chapter 5 now includes the full ranking stage system you all were asking about. And if you can upload meme and images again as everything has been deleted. Thanks for your support and keep the feedback coming. 7 comments, 0 vote. Chapter 26, Opening Bonus Chapter. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily 2 chapters. The next morning, Victoria's song stood before Russell, Nancy, and Liam, offering some final words of encouragement. Hey, no pressure. Don't be nervous, she said with a warm smile. It's not the end of the world if you don't win. She genuinely meant it. After all, life was a long road, and no one's path was perfectly smooth. If only she knew the true stakes of the new Riverview Province Unified Trial, her optimism might have faded. The 3 students gave a silent, determined nod, boarded the vehicle, and set off for the exam venue. This year's joint entrance exam was being held at the Cardmaker Showdown Arena in the Evergrove district. The venue, funded and constructed by the Cardmaker Association, was typically reserved for official tournaments, but it served just as well for a 4-school high school trial. As Russell led Nancy Whitemore and Liam Blake into the arena, they saw that one of the other schools had already arrived. A quick glance at their uniforms confirmed it was Evergrove First High, historically, a friendly rival to New Metro First High. Today, however, there was no friendly greeting. The 3 students from Evergrove First simply shot a look at Russell's team before turning away. Naturally, Russell and his teammates weren't about to go over and suck up to them. They found a spot and waited quietly for the other 2 schools to arrive. Up in the stands, a few officials from the Evergrove district had already taken their seats. Since this was just a local 4-school exam, the event wasn't open to the public, which at least spared the students the pressure of performing in front of a huge crowd for the first time. Principal Hawthorne of Evergrove First High spotted Principal Shepard and couldn't resist a smug grin. "Shepard, my old friend," he called out. "How's your school looking this year? Feeling confident?" A flicker of irritation crossed Principal Shepard's face. "If you'd asked me that last year, I'd have said we had 2 very promising talents. But with that kid from Metro University Prep in the mix, first place is already decided." He was right. In any other year, students of Russell and Nancy's caliber would have been serious contenders for the top spot. But this year, some prodigy from Metro University Prep had managed to create a gold rarity card. As far as Shepard was concerned, the competition was already over. His earlier plan to give his top students a leg up with a trip to a secret realm had already ended in disaster, adding to his frustration. Just then, an older man with silvering hair approached them, a cheerful smile on his face. Now, let's not shower Jansen Crow with too much praise," he said. "The boy's ego is big enough as it is." The newcomer was Principal Wu of Metro University Prep. Seeing his self-satisfied expression, both Shepard and Hawthorne rolled their eyes. Down on the arena floor, Russell and his team saw the students from Metro University Prep make their entrance. The one in the lead had flashy, dyed blonde hair and was flanked by two other students who looked more like lackeys than teammates. Russell's eye twitched. Are the rules at Metro University Prep really that lax? He whispered to Nancy. Nancy let out a soft laugh. That's him. The one I told you about who made the gold card. Schools tend to make exceptions for their top students. She gave him a playful nudge. I bet if you dyed your hair bright red, Ms. Song wouldn't say a word. Russell imagined himself with a fiery red mop and shuddered. That was a look he definitely didn't want. At that moment, the blonde student, Jansen Crow, dramatically flipped his hair back. It's no disgrace to lose to me, Jansen Crow, he announced to the entire arena. I'm just too powerful for you all. He followed it with a deep, theatrical sigh. Ah, the loneliness of being invincible. His two sidekicks immediately burst into applause. You're unstoppable, Jansen. Nobody can beat you, boss. An awkward silence fell over the arena, so heavy you could almost feel a cold breeze. Russell, Nancy, and Liam exchanged baffled looks. Is that guy all there? Russell finally asked. Liam scratched his head. I guess all geniuses are a little weird. As they were talking, the final team from Southridge High arrived. A moment later, a familiar face, Marcus, the president of the Evergrove District Cardmaker Association, walked to the center of the stage with a microphone. I'm sure your teachers have already briefed you on the rules of this joint exam, so I won't waste your time, Marcus began. With only 4 schools, we'll wrap this up in 2 days. Let's begin by drawing the first match. A staff member brought him a black box. Marcus reached inside and pulled out 2 slips of paper. He unfolded them, glanced at the names, and announced, the first match is Metro University Prep vs Evergrove First High. Jansen Crow shook his golden hair again. You two can sit this one out, he told his sidekicks. I can handle this alone. They looked thrilled. Who wouldn't want a free win? The students from Evergrove First, however, looked furious. Jansen was clearly disrespecting them. The battle began, and Russell immediately understood the source of Jansen's arrogance. A terrifying, green-skinned monster with bared fangs materialized in front of him, clutching a steel trident. As it appeared, a thin mist began to creep across the battlefield. It was a yaksha. Jansen crossed his arms, his voice dripping with condescension. Consider it an honor to be defeated by my Sea Warden Yaksha. Yaksha cards generally came in 2 series. The first was the Dragon Palace series, which Jansen's seemed to be, typically made with materials ranging from black iron to bronze. The other was the much higher tier, 8 Dharma Protectors series from Buddhist mythology. Russell had read about them in the revised World Mythology Atlas 4th edition. While the atlas covered common myths and monsters, the final quality of a card always depended on the unique story woven by its creator. A thought suddenly struck Russell as he glanced at Jansen's 2 followers. I wonder if their cards are just shrimp and crab monsters to go with his theme. The 3 students from Evergrove First were completely on the defensive. They had no intel on Jansen's card and were only now realizing how terrifying their opponent truly was. The mist thickened, and soon, all 3 of their summoned cards were defeated without putting up any meaningful resistance. Nancy watched with a grave expression. They lost too fast. I couldn't get a read on its abilities. It obviously has water control, Russell said calmly. The question is how strong it is. Between the card's name and the water vapor that swirled around the yaksha, its primary ability was clear. But Evergrove First, a team that had consistently ranked at the bottom for years, was too weak to force Jansen to reveal anything more. They were simply outclassed. Up in the stands, Principal Wu clapped a grinning Principal Hawthorne on the back. Hey, Thorne, he said, using his old nickname, my boy Jansen was a bit too harsh on your students. Don't take it personally. Principal Hawthorne's face soured. Not only did the old man gloat, but he had to rub salt in the wound. I'm not going to hold it against a kid, he grumbled. Besides, Evergrove First was used to being last. Losing to a gold card prodigy was a better excuse than most. He glanced over at Principal Shepard. At least he'd have a brother in misery to share the loss with. As for those promising seedlings Shepard had mentioned earlier, Hawthorne dismissed it as a desperate boast. End of chapter. 500 gems done. Next bonus chapter at 1000 gems. 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27. The first round. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily 2 chapters. The match between Metro University Prep and Evergrove First High ended in a flash. Next up, it was New Metro First High versus Southridge High. Liam and I can handle the start, Nancy whispered to Russell. If you go in first, we might not get a chance to fight at all. Russell saw her point and gave a simple nod. Up in the stands, Principal Shepard frowned as he watched Liam Blake take the stage. Why isn't Russell starting? Are they trying to hide his abilities? He figured it had to be a strategy. If Russell could keep his full strength under wraps, he might stand a chance against Jansen Crow tomorrow. Liam's Minotaur materialized on the field just as his opponent summoned a large tiger. A tiger card wasn't something to be dismissed outright. Low-level versions could evolve into demonic variants, and high-level ones could even form the basis for powerful mountain god-type creatures. From his vantage point, however, Russell could tell this was just a standard Iron-level blue card, nothing special. Much like Liam's Minotaur, it was likely a foundational card for a future path. The bull and tiger clashed in a brutal fight, but in the end, Liam, with the help of a well-timed prop card, emerged the victor. His Minotaur, however, was heavily wounded. As expected, in the next one-on-one matchup, the battered Minotaur didn't last long, falling quickly to the opponent's Hellhound. Liam walked back to his teammates, his face etched with guilt. Sorry, Russell, Nancy. I lost. Don't worry about it, Russell said, patting him on the shoulder. Nancy will get him for you. He reflected that Liam and Darren were polar opposites. One was loyal and earnest, the other selfish and arrogant. Teaming up with someone like Liam was infinitely better than dealing with a clown like Darren. Nancy walked gracefully onto the stage, her three-tailed fox appearing beside her. Russell immediately noticed something new. The fox was wearing a set of small, intricately crafted armor. So she's also working on a way to solve its weaknesses, he thought. The fox's low-level illusions were often useless against mindless monsters, and its physical attacks lacked the punch of other purple rarity cards. The armor was clearly meant to compensate. While the fox's illusions were devastating in open-field battles where they could target the cardmaker directly, such tactics were strictly forbidden in official duels. The best long-term solution was another creature card focused on pure offense, but it seemed Nancy hadn't had time to create one yet. Her current strategy worked perfectly. The Hellhound, confused by the fox's illusion, was quickly dispatched. The final student from Southridge High stepped forward and summoned his card. A barrel-chested, heavily muscled man appeared on the field. Nancy frowned. This aura, it's another purple card. While she was analyzing the situation, her three-tailed fox launched an attack. The illusion washed over the muscular man, who only paused for a second before shaking it off. A flash of excitement went through Nancy. Finally, a card that can resist the illusion. After a couple of recent failures, she was starting to doubt her card's signature ability. The three-tailed fox didn't hesitate, lunging forward on all fours. Shing! Its gleaming claws raked across the man's throat. Blood sprayed through the air. Just as Nancy thought the battle was over, she saw the calm, confident expression on the opposing cardmaker's face. A sense of dread washed over her. Three tails, watch out! But the warning came too late. Roar! The muscular man roared, his body warping and twisting before Nancy's shocked eyes until he stood transformed into a massive werewolf. Bang! A powerful werewolf claw swatted the three-tailed fox out of midair, slamming it into the ground. The armor absorbed the fatal blow, but visible cracks spread across its surface. It wouldn't survive another hit like that. The werewolf, seeing its chance, pressed the attack, its claws descending in a furious barrage. Scree! Sparks flew as the claws scraped against the enchanted armor. The defensive prop held for a few precious seconds, buying the fox enough time to inflict several deep, bony visible wounds on the werewolf. But it wasn't enough. The armor shattered into points of light, and a moment later, the now defenseless fox was torn to pieces. Nancy sighed. She had failed to secure the win and protect Russell's strength for the final match. With a heavy heart, she walked off the stage. I'm sorry, It's okay, Russell interrupted, his voice calm and steady. Leave it to me. Nancy thought his ace was Yorichi Shigekuni. She had no idea his real trump card was Kaneki Ken. The only person who knew the full extent of Russell's power was likely her father, Jonathan Whitemore, and he clearly hadn't shared that secret, not even with his own daughter. Russell stepped up to the line and summoned Yorichi Shigekuni, whispering, "Don't hold anything back. The moment the referee's whistle blew, Yorichi burst forward. So fast. The Southridge cardmaker's eyes widened in panic. Before he could even complete the thought, Yorichi was already in front of the werewolf. The beast was still panting, bleeding from the wounds the fox had given it. A flaming katana slashed towards its neck. The werewolf forced itself into motion, twisting its body to dodge the blade while swiping its claws straight at Yorichi's head. A triumphant grin spread across the Southridge student's face. He had been terrified by the card's speed, but it looked like his werewolf could still take it down. The claws made contact with Yorichi's face. But nothing happened. It was the three treasures. Before the match, Russell had already activated the prop card for Yorichi. One of the three golden beads orbiting his neck dimmed, its power expended to nullify the attack. In that same instant, Yorichi fluidly changed his downward chop into a horizontal slash. The flaming blade sliced clean through the werewolf's neck. What? The Southridge student stared in disbelief, his surefire victory vanishing in a split second. As the werewolf card dissipated, the referee waited 3 seconds. Seeing no new card summoned, he declared the result. New Metro First High wins. In the stands, Principal Hawthorne's jaw nearly hit the floor. He thought his old friend Shepard had been bluffing about his good seedlings, but they were the real deal. Well, Shepard, he said, his voice dripping with envy, looks like your luck has finally turned. You really found a couple of gems this year. It was one thing to see his old rival suffer, but seeing him succeed was almost worse. He quickly changed his tune, a familiar taunting smile returning to his face. What a shame, though. Any other year, you'd be sitting pretty. Just terrible luck running into Jansen Crow this time. Principal Shepard knew exactly what Hawthorne was thinking. He shot him an annoyed look but inwardly sighed. If I had managed to keep Russell's Yorichi card a secret, we might have had a chance to surprise Jansen, he thought. Now it seems impossible. End of chapter. 500 gems done. Next bonus chapter at 1000 gems. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28. The final trump card. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily 2 chapters. On the second day of the joint entrance exam, the tension in the stands was palpable. Principal Hawthorne looked over at the frowning Principal Shepard and chuckled. Come on now, Shepard, that's enough gloom. For years, you and I have been fighting for last place. I let you get to the finals this time, and you're still not satisfied. Principal Wu, seated nearby, couldn't help but chime in, his voice dripping with condescension. Hey, there's no shame in losing to Jansen. The boy is a prodigy, a gold card on his first try. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Jansen hadn't shown up this year, New Metro First High might have actually pulled off an upset. Down on the arena floor, Liam Blake looked at Russell, his expression grim. Nancy and I will go first this time. It was a sacrificial plan. Even if they could just exhaust some of the Yaksha's energy, it would be worth it. Russell understood immediately. A trump card was only a trump card as long as it remained hidden. This wasn't a life or death battle, it was best if Kaneki-ken never had to appear. He thought for a moment, then nodded. But if it came down to it, he wouldn't hesitate. The prize for winning, access to an advanced secret realm, was too valuable for a student with no background like him to pass up. As Liam stepped onto the field, Jansen Crow, already waiting, smirked. Trying to wear my Yaksha down with cannon fodder. A classic, but useless, strategy. He wasn't just a show-off, he wasn't an idiot, either. He saw their plan plain as day. The referee's whistle blew. Liam's Minotaur and Jansen's Sea Warden Yaksha materialized simultaneously. There was no preamble. Liam, knowing the chasm in power between them, immediately commanded his Minotaur to charge. The hulking beast thundered across the field, head lowered. The attack was futile. The Minotaur, which had struggled against Yorichi's purple rarity power, stood no chance against a gold rarity monster. The Yaksha didn't even move from its spot. With a contemptuous flick of its wrist, it lunged with its trident. The three-pronged weapon plunged through the Minotaur's chest with a sickening crunch, erupting from its back before the beast dissolved into motes of light. Liam's face fell. He hadn't even scratched it. I couldn't even give Russell an opening. Nancy gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Leave it to me. Go get some rest. She took his place, and her three-tailed fox appeared, its new armor gleaming. As before, the fox unleashed its illusionary wave. It washed over the yaksha to no effect, dissipating against its immense power like mist in the sun. Nancy sighed. Her fox was great at bullying weaker cards, but against an opponent of a higher quality, its main strength was nullified. No point dwelling on it, she thought. I just have to create an advantage for Russell. Any advantage. Her fox shot forward, a blur of white fur and flashing claws aimed straight for the yaksha's throat. Just as the attack was about to land, streams of turquoise water erupted from the yaksha's body, swirling around it with a hiss to form a shimmering, liquid armor. There it is. Nancy's eyes widened in alarm. It was the water control ability they had speculated about. The fox's claws screeched uselessly against the water armor. In response, the yaksha's trident moved in a vicious, fluid arc, impaling the fox through the heart and ending the match. Nancy walked off the stage, a wry smile on her face. Sorry, Russell, it seems Liam and I didn't cause him any trouble at all. She couldn't help the wave of depression that followed. Her whole life, she had been protected, cherished by her father, Jonathan Whitemore, never wanting for anything. But ever since joining New Metro's top class, she had faced one setback after another. As she began to spiral into self-doubt, a calm, steady voice cut through her thoughts. It doesn't matter, because... Nancy turned. The midday sun was directly behind Russell, casting him in a golden silhouette that forced her to squint. Quote, I am the strongest. Russell, so arrogant, she thought, the exact same words that had crossed her mind during the ranking exam. And yet, she couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. Russell took his battle station and summoned Yorichi Shigekuni. Jansen's eyebrows shot up. So they really were just paving the way for you. He had watched yesterday's matches. He knew this was the strongest card New Metro had. Too bad, he thought, that the person you're facing is me. The whistle blew. Yorichi's markings flared to life and he vanished. But Jansen was ready. He'd seen this speed before. Without needing a command, the Sea Warden Yaksha acted, summoning a vortex of high-speed, rotating water currents around itself. Ding 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 ding. Yorichi reappeared at the Yaksha's side, but the moment he entered the vortex, the three treasures shield protecting him shattered instantly under the barrage of countless micro-attacks. The razor-sharp currents tore through Yorichi's clothes, leaving bloody gashes all over his body. Ignoring the searing pain, Yorichi channeled everything he had into his first and strongest attack. His katana erupted in a brilliant inferno, the blade swinging in a fiery arc toward the Yaksha's chest. Z. The sound of hissing steam and extinguishing flames echoed across the arena. The blade met the Yaksha, but due to the quality gap and the elemental disadvantage, fire versus water, the attack was neutered. It failed to kill, only searing a black, charred scar onto the Yaksha's torso. Before Yorichi could recover, the Yaksha retaliated. Its trident lanced forward, impaling him through the stomach. With a powerful twist, it flung Yorichi's body across the field like a ragdoll. Cough. Yorichi hit the ground hard, spitting up a mouthful of blood. You've done well to even injure it, Jansen said, his tone solemn and respectful. Since its creation, his Yaksha had never been so much as scratched. To damage it is a feat you can be proud of. He then raised his hand for the final blow. A pillar of dark blue water gathered at the tip of the Yaksha's trident before blasting toward the downed Yorichi. Boom! Debris and smoke erupted from the point of impact. In the stands, Principal Wu was beaming, clapping a stunned Principal Shepard on the shoulder. Old Shepard, your student is quite impressive. It's just a pity he ran into my Jansen, ha 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 ha. Shepard's face was ashen. He ignored the gloating. Principal Hawthorne looked on with something resembling sympathy. Just bad luck, he thought. Any other year, that kid would have been the champion. Strange, Marcus, the announcer, said from his booth, his voice laced with confusion. Why hasn't the referee called the match? On the field, Jansen had his arms raised in victory, but seeing Russell's unnervingly calm expression, a knot of unease began to form in his stomach. The smoke slowly began to clear. The spot where Yorichi had fallen was empty. Standing in his place was a young man with stark white hair and a single, terrifying scarlet eye. 4 sharp, crimson tentacles extended from the base of his spine like a predator's tail, while another, thicker and serrated like a centipede, coiled menacingly. Crack! The white-haired figure casually cracked his index finger. The sharp sound echoed through the silent arena, followed by Russell's cold, emotionless voice. Now, round 2. 500 gems done. Next bonus chapter at 1000 gems. 16 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. Victory. Bonus chapter. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily 2 chapters. Up in the stands, Principal Wu's jaw dropped. He lurched forward, his hands gripping the metal railing so tightly his knuckles turned white. He stared at the white-haired figure on the field, his mind reeling. He turned to Principal Shepard, his voice a hoarse whisper of disbelief. You, Shepard, you sly old fox. You hid this from everyone. But Shepard was in no state to gloat. He was just as stunned as everyone else, his own carefully maintained composure shattered. He truly had no idea Russell possessed a second creature card, let alone one that radiated such a terrifying aura. Beside them, Principal Hawthorne could only mutter to himself, a new, bitter understanding dawning on him. So this is what you meant by a good seedling, Shepard. Jealousy, potent and sharp, twisted his features. Down on the sidelines, Nancy and Liam were frozen in a state of shared shock. The pieces clicked into place for Nancy with dizzying speed. The gold rarity materials her father had given to Russell, they hadn't been for a prop card. He had crafted another creature. By that logic, the absolute minimum quality of Russell's new card was gold. And Nancy, Liam stammered, his eyes glued to the field. Did you know Russell had another creature card? Nancy shook her head, her gaze never leaving the white-haired figure. He kept it hidden from all of us. She couldn't fault him, though. A cardmaker's deck was their most guarded secret. If the opponent hadn't been so overwhelmingly powerful, Russell would never have been forced to reveal an ace of this magnitude. The scene snapped back to the battlefield. Jansen Crow's initial shock melted away, replaced by a wild, manic grin. Ha ha ha, so I did underestimate the world's heroes. He roared, his voice echoing in the arena. Russell, you magnificent bastard, you are incredible. Russell just looked at him, speechless. This guy is such a child. But the creature on the field, Kaneki, was not affected by Jansen's theatrics. He was pure, silent purpose. He burst into a low, predatory run, the 4 black and red tentacles trailing behind him like grotesque banners of war, carving shallow furrows in the arena floor as he closed the distance to the yaksha. In the blink of an eye, he was upon it. Kaneki leapt, soaring high into the air before tucking into a vicious downward spiral. The 4 Rinkaku Kagun, the legacy of Rise Kamishiro, coalesced into a single, massive drill and smashed down onto the Sea Warden yaksha. Boom! The impact was cataclysmic. The arena floor buckled and cracked, sending a shockwave of dust and debris billowing outwards. Yet Kaneki's expression remained a mask of cold indifference. His 4 tentacles, which had just delivered the blow, slammed into the ground around the impact crater, anchoring him in midair like a monstrous, arachnid predator. Then, the second attack came. The centipede-like Kakuja Kagun, coiled at his back, lashed out with a sound like tearing metal. It struck the smoke-filled crater where the yaksha was buried, a brutal, percussive bombardment that sent tremors through the entire stadium. Liam, watching from the sidelines, swallowed hard. God, Russell's card is a monster. Nancy could only nod in fervent agreement. The raw, savage power of this white-haired creature was on an entirely different plane from her elegant 3-tailed fox. Just as everyone thought the battle was decided, a whizzing sound cut through the air. A dark blue, circular blade of pure, compressed water shot out from the smoke cloud. It moved with impossible speed, and in a single, clean motion, it sliced through all 4 of Kaneki's grounded tentacles. Freed from his anchors, Kaneki flipped backwards, landing silently and steadily on his feet. The yaksha emerged slowly from the dissipating smoke, wounded and enraged, its water armor flickering. A hint of pride returned to Jansen's voice. Russell, your card is undeniably powerful. But its main weapons are gone. Victory is mine. He believed it. The 4 primary tentacles, the source of that devastating attack, were severed. The advantage was clearly his. But then, under the horrified gazes of every single person watching, a sickening, wet, tearing sound was heard. 4 new, black and red tentacles, identical to the ones that had been cut, erupted from Kaneki's tailbone, fully formed in an instant. In the original ghoul world, a Kagun was merely a hunting tool. The true power source was the Kakaho, the organ that processed RC cells from consumed sources. For Kaneki the card, that gruesome fuel had been replaced by Russell's own vast reserves of mental energy. And if there was one thing Russell had in abundance, it was mental power. Kaneki cracked his index finger again, a small, chilling sound in the now silent arena. He launched himself forward once more. Boom, boom, boom. This time, there was no pause. It was a relentless, overwhelming onslaught. The Rinkaku Kagun hammered the yaksha from all sides, a storm of brutal, bludgeoning strikes. The ground shattered. The yaksha, bellowing in fury, tried to counterattack with its trident and water blades, but every attempt was effortlessly parried and blocked by the coiling, whip-fast centipede Kagun that acted as a perfect, impenetrable defense. The barrage continued, a symphony of destruction. Gradually, the yaksha's movements slowed. Its roars of defiance became pained groans. Soon, there was no movement at all from within the dust cloud. Kaneki ceased his attack and landed softly in front of Russell. The smoke cleared. The Sea Warden yaksha was gone. It had been utterly annihilated. Jansen Crow was defeated, and he had been defeated so completely that he hadn't even forced Kaneki to use his half-Kakuja transformation. Jansen's two followers were next. Their cards were not the shrimp and crab minions Russell had half-joked about, but they were just ordinary monsters, easily and anticlimactically swept aside by Kaneki. New Metro First High wins. As the referee's voice declared the final result, Principal Shepard felt like he was floating in a dream. If someone had told him before the exam that his school would be the champions, he would have laughed in their face. This victory meant more than just a trophy. It meant Russell, Nancy, and Liam would gain entry to the secret realm. It meant New Metro First High would receive a massive increase in resources from the Cardmaker Association next year. The strong get stronger, and the weak get weaker, that was the iron rule. For years, his school and Evergrove First had been brothers in failure. To break that cycle required a miracle, a genius like Russell. Principal Wu felt a pit in his stomach, the same sour feeling as a failed thesis defense. A victory that had been a certainty was snatched from his grasp. Principal Hawthorne was so consumed by envy it felt like his heart was overflowing with acid. It was as if his lifelong broke friend had suddenly announced he was a secret billionaire, and wasn't planning on sharing. He couldn't help himself. "Shepard," he whined, "you absolutely have to treat me to dinner." Principal Shepard's face was flushed with pride and joy. He had no idea how Russell had done it, but a win was a win. Of course, he boomed. "My treat. You all have to be there." Back in the arena, Nancy and Liam approached Russell, their expressions a complex mix of awe and bewilderment. "Russell," Nancy said, her eyes looking past him to Kaneki, "I never imagined you had a card like this." She thought back to her earlier assessment. Seeing how easily he won, Kaneki wasn't just a gold card. He had to be red rarity, a level of power even her own father couldn't achieve. Liam, meanwhile, was simply dazed, stunned by the golden opportunity that had fallen into his lap. He had never dreamed he would get access to a secret realm. He struggled for words for a long moment before finally managing to utter, "Awesome." Russell just laughed. As the three of them were talking, Marcus and the principals walked over. "Congratulations to the three of you from New Metro First High on your victory," Marcus said with a professional smile. "I believe you are aware of the prize, entry into a bronze-level secret realm." Seeing them nod, he continued, his tone shifting slightly. "This particular bronze-level realm is special. It has only just appeared." He saw their expressions and quickly added, "But don't worry. We will assign you to an established bronze-level cardmaker team. Your safety will be guaranteed." A standard team, 1 bronze and several iron-level cardmakers, was more than enough for exploring a typical bronze realm. But Principal Shepard hesitated. A frown creased his forehead. "President Marcus," he began, choosing his words carefully, "the initial prize was entry into a realm the association had already explored and secured. Why the sudden change?" Marcus sighed, and a flicker of something dark crossed his eyes. "Time waits for no one, Principal." Shepard was still uneasy. "But President Marcus, isn't this far too dangerous for students?" Marcus looked at him, his expression unreadable, a half-smile playing on his lips. "They can choose not to go," he said coolly. "No one is forcing them." End of chapter. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30, Black Flag. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily 2 chapters. President Marcus's final words hung in the air, cold and sharp. Principal Shepard, his face etched with worry, turned away from the officials and looked at his victorious students. An unexplored bronze-level realm is no joke, he said, his voice low and serious. The dangers are very real. I need you all to think about this decision carefully. Nancy and Liam looked toward Russell, their expressions uncertain. Russell remained silent for a long moment, the cheering and applause of the arena fading into a distant hum. He weighed the principal's words against the burning ambition in his own heart. Fortune favors the bold. If he continued to play it safe, moving at a snail's pace, how would he ever gain the strength he needed to protect himself from the ever-present threat of the spirit-begging society? This was a risk, but it was a calculated one. Besides, he reasoned, the association wouldn't just throw them to the wolves. A bronze-level cardmaker would be leading the team. Thank you for your concern, Principal, Russell finally said, his voice firm. I'm going. His resolve solidified Nancy's and Liam's. They nodded in agreement. Seeing their decision was made, Principal Shepard could no longer interfere. A slow smile spread across his face, replacing the worry with a wave of immense pride. You all performed brilliantly. When you return to school, there will be rewards waiting for you. The association had its prizes, and the school, of course, had its own. While New Metro First High couldn't provide high-quality bronze materials, Shepard would not be stingy with what he could offer, be it cash or a wealth of iron-level resources. Thank you, Principal, the three said in unison. Haha, good kids, good kids. Shepard's happiness was infectious. The performance of his team, especially Russell's shocking final gambit, had filled him with a pride he hadn't felt in years. Come on, tonight, I'm treating you all to a proper celebration at the new Metropiece Hotel. Late that night, Russell flew home on Pidgeot, the cool air doing little to sober him up from the evening's festivities. At the hotel, Principal Shepard had celebrated with reckless abandon, his face flushed red with alcohol as he drifted into a state of near unconsciousness. He kept slurring a triumphant, rambling toast. 30 years in the gutter, 30 years on a throne. He'd bellow, stunning Russell and the others into silence. Don't you ever look down on the little guy. Thankfully, the other three principals and Marcus had remained sober enough to haul the triumphant but incapacitated man away. After saying their goodbyes, Russell returned to his new house in Evergrove Hills. He unlocked the door and collapsed onto the sofa, the adrenaline from the day finally draining away, leaving a profound exhaustion in its wake. It would be a lie to say he hadn't been nervous. It was his first real competition, a high-stakes trial of everything he'd worked for. But he had won. Unlike others, he had no parents to lean on, no safety net. In this world, he could rely only on himself. Adrift in these scattered thoughts, Russell fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. From the shadows of the room, Yorichi Shigekuni and Kaneki Ken watched over him. They exchanged a silent, understanding glance before one of them moved to turn off the lights, shrouding the room in darkness. Then, they took up positions as silent sentinels by his side. They could both sense the immense strain their master was under. Ever since their creation, they had felt his mind stretched taut, a string pulled to its absolute limit. Today, that string had finally been allowed to loosen, just a little. They feared that one day, if he didn't get these moments of respite, it would snap entirely. What Russell didn't know was that as he slept, a pair of eyes had been watching his house from the property next door. This watcher was, of course, Brother Tiger. Seeing the lights in Russell's home go out, he let the curtains fall back into place and sank into his large leather chair, his face a mask of grim frustration. For days, he had observed Russell, noting every departure, every arrival. He had found nothing. The kid acted like a perfectly ordinary, hard-working student. But Brother Tiger knew better. In his line of work, the complete absence of abnormality was the biggest abnormality of all. But now is not a good time to make a move, he growled to himself. Thinking of the other tasks assigned by the spirit-begging society, a headache began to throb in his temples. For now, he decided, he would continue to watch and wait. He would see what game Russell was truly playing. The next morning, Russell awoke with a deep, satisfying stretch. He couldn't remember the last time he had slept so comfortably. Then, a sudden realization made him sit bolt upright. He had forgotten to meditate last night. He could feel it instantly. His spiritual threshold, which had been on the cusp of the bronze level, now felt shaky and unstable. It was a setback, but a minor one in the grand scheme of things. He didn't dwell on it. After a quick wash, he summoned Pidgeot and flew to the Cardmaker Association building in Evergrove District. Marcus had told them to report there directly, where they would be met and taken to the new secret realm. When he arrived, Nancy and Liam were already waiting. "Sorry, I'm late," he said, dismounting. Before Nancy could reply, Liam just touched the back of his head and gave a good-natured, silly smile. "Not at all, we just got here too." As they spoke, Marcus appeared, accompanied by 3 other cardmakers who radiated an aura of seasoned competence. "These 3 will be your team for this expedition," Marcus introduced. "Yes, President Marcus," the leader of the group replied, his voice a low baritone. "We'll be sure to take good care of the students." These were the captains of the bronze-level teams. Russell and his friends would be joining one of them for the exploration. Russell was assigned to the team led by the strong-looking man named Zane. As they turned to leave, Russell caught a glimpse of Marcus's eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he saw an inscrutable look flash within them. Zane led Russell to the parking lot, where a man and a woman stood leaning against a rugged, military-style jeep. "Caleb, Yara," Zane said, gesturing to Russell. "This is the student, Russell, who will be accompanying us." The 2 of them looked Russell up and down, and he caught the faintest, almost imperceptible sigh from them both. He understood immediately. To them, this was a chore. They had been tasked with babysitting a rookie. Not only was he an extra burden, but a portion of the mission's proceeds would now be allocated to him, even if the association would compensate them for it later. Caleb, a man with a gentle demeanor and smartly rimmed glasses, pushed himself off the jeep and offered a polite smile. "Student Russell, it is an honor to have your guidance on this mission." The words were polite, but the tone was professionally sterile. Yara was another story entirely. A jagged scar ran down the side of her face, giving her a perpetually vicious expression. She didn't bother with pleasantries. "Listen up, rookie," she snapped. "Once we're inside the realm, you stick to us like glue. Don't touch anything, don't wander off, and don't cause us any trouble. Got it?" Russell wasn't offended. Her words were harsh, but her meaning was practical. She was ensuring his safety in her own abrasive way. "I understand, sir, ma'am," he replied honestly. The 4 of them climbed into the jeep, and as they pulled out onto the road, Zane began the briefing. "The secret realm we're headed to has been temporarily designated Black Flag. Our preliminary probes have confirmed its energy levels are consistent with a bronze-level realm. You should know all this already." Russell nodded. Marcus had told them as much yesterday. Zane continued, his hands steady on the wheel. "The terrain is an ocean island type, which is one of the more difficult and unpredictable topographies. But don't worry," he added, glancing at Russell in the rearview mirror. "The association has already prepared a vessel for us. Our mission this time is simply further reconnaissance. To gather more intelligence. With students participating, even as a reward, the association wouldn't throw them into any overly dangerous tasks." Then, Zane's face became hard, his voice dropping into a deep, serious tone. "Now, for the important part. The dominant life forms in Black Flag are humanoid demons. Pirates, to be exact." He paused, letting the words sink in. "I don't know what they teach you in school these days, but I want you to burn one concept into your mind right now." He met Russell's eyes in the mirror. "Demons are not to be trusted. I don't care how much they act like us, how much they look like us. Do not sympathize with them. Ever." The monsters Russell had faced before had been beasts or grotesque creatures. He'd never encountered a humanoid demon. He recalled his textbooks, which stated that while humanoid demons possessed high intelligence and mimicked human behavior perfectly, they would attack any human from their world, Blue Star, on sight. Sometimes, they would feign peace, but only to gain trust, to lower defenses, to kill more efficiently. There had once been voices in the Federation calling for peaceful coexistence, but those voices had been silenced long ago, drowned out by the painful lessons paid for with blood and tears. Connecting the textbook warnings with the grim finality in Zane's voice, a chill ran down his spine. His own expression became serious. "I understand, Zane." 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31, Infiltration. For advance early chapters, patreon.com/rightshadov0869. Already 30 chapters plus daily 2 chapters. Zane, Caleb, and Yara moved with practiced efficiency, leading Russell through a heavily fortified military checkpoint and into a restricted zone under martial law. This was the entrance to the Black Flag secret realm. Zane, you're here, a guard called out. He clearly recognized the team leader, but protocol was protocol. He meticulously checked their documents and authorizations before waving them through. After clearing the final checkpoint, the four of them stood before a shimmering, unstable tear in reality. Zane pulled 4 sets of tattered, grimy pirate uniforms from a duffel bag he'd retrieved from the jeep, tossing one to Russell. Put it on. Russell didn't hesitate. He stripped off his own clothes and quickly changed into the pirate gear, ignoring the faint, lingering smell of sweat and seawater. Seeing Russell's straightforward compliance, a flicker of approval crossed Zane's eyes, though his stoic expression remained unchanged. Let's move. Following the veteran team, Russell stepped through the shimmering portal. The world dissolved and reformed in an instant. The sterile, metallic scent of the military base was replaced by the sharp, salty tang of the sea. A humid breeze blew across his face, telling him without a doubt that he had arrived in Black Flag. Come on, kid, stop daydreaming, Zane said, clapping Russell on the shoulder and jolting him back to the present. He pointed toward a large, menacing ship anchored just off the coast. It was a classic pirate vessel, a galleon with dark, weathered wood and a tattered flag bearing a skull and crossbones flapping ominously from its mast. Russell wanted to ask how they had acquired it, but he clamped down on the question, not wanting to seem like a complete novice. Caleb, however, seemed to read his mind. We, liberated it during our last visit, he said with a wry smile. Zane will probably fill you in on the details in a bit. Thanks, Caleb, Russell replied, nodding gratefully. By the way, Caleb added, do you have a flying mount? If not, I can give you a lift. The ship's anchored a ways out to avoid running aground. The last time they were here, Caleb had been forced to ferry the team to shore one by one. Russell nodded. I have a bird creature card. You don't need to worry about me. As he spoke, he summoned Pidgeot, who appeared with a powerful cry. The moment they saw the majestic bird, the eyes of Zane and the others lit up. In low-level realms, unless you were facing flying-type demons, air superiority was a massive tactical advantage. Soon, all 4 of them were on the deck of the ship. The wood was stained with dark, dried bloodstains, so numerous they seemed to be part of the design. Russell felt his stomach churn at the coppery smell that hung in the air, but the 3 veterans were completely unfazed, walking straight toward the captain's cabin. Inside, Zane unrolled a huge, salt-stained map onto a large wooden table. Before explaining the mission, he took a moment to bring Russell up to speed. All right, Russell, you weren't here for the initial recon, so let me give you the rundown, Zane began, his voice all business. Originally, there were 3 major pirate factions in Black Flag, the Dead Bones, the Red Rose and the Night Owls. But recently, a 4th power has emerged, calling themselves the Black Flag, and they're now the strongest group in the archipelago. As he spoke, he drew a large circle on the map, then drew 4 smaller, overlapping circles within it. This big circle represents the known boundaries of this secret realm. These smaller ones are the spheres of influence for the 4 pirate crews. Russell looked at the vast, empty ocean surrounding the landmasses on the map. Zane, are all these other areas unexplored? Zane shook his head. Sometimes you find this in secret realms. It's like the world's creator just stopped. If you try to sail to the edge of the map, you hit an invisible wall you can't pass. Just assume the rest of this is imaginary space. Ignoring Russell's reaction, Zane tapped the map. Last time we were here, we discovered that these 4 groups were moving towards a full-blown alliance, with the Black Flag crew at the center of it all, hence the name we gave the realm. Today, they're holding a summit on that island right there. He pointed to an island ominously shaped like a skull. Skull Island. Our mission is to sneak into that meeting and get a solid estimate of the combined strength of the 4 pirate factions. Russell didn't need to ask about a language barrier. He knew from his studies that any demon from a secret realm that could speak would be miraculously understood by humans from Blue Star, and vice versa. In the early days, this bizarre phenomenon led to the rise of the coexistence faction, who believed peace was possible. But generations of bloodshed and betrayal proved it was just another layer of the world's deep, profound malice towards humanity. By the way, Zane said, looking up from the map as if a thought had just struck him. I'll need intel on your cards, Russell. You don't have to give me specific abilities, just their general strengths and quality. Without a word, Russell summoned both Yorichi Shigekuni and Kaneki Ken into the cramped cabin. A purple card and a red card, he stated simply. Both are combat specialists. Red card. The three veterans stared, then exchanged a look of pure shock. Before the mission, Marcus had told them Russell was a genius, but they had assumed that meant a gold card at best. On paper alone, this student's power level was already higher than Caleb's or Yara's. The way they looked at him changed instantly, their professional demeanor now tinged with genuine seriousness. A talent like this wasn't just a rookie to be babysat, he was a priceless asset of the association. After a moment of silence, Zane spoke, his tone completely different. All right, kid, new plan. If things go sideways, you summon your mount and you get out of here. Don't worry about the three of us. That's an order. Caleb and Yara said nothing, their silence a form of agreement. Russell didn't give a direct answer. Don't say things like that, Zane. We're just gathering intel, we won't be that unlucky. A faint smile touched the lips of the three veterans. The kid was right, as long as their cover wasn't blown, there would be no direct conflict. The risk was manageable, otherwise, the association would never have approved bringing a student along. Besides, as a senior bronze-level cardmaker, Zane was confident he could handle most situations in a realm of this level, as long as he wasn't completely surrounded. Navigating the large ship with a crew of 4 was difficult, but thankfully they only had to guide it towards Skull Island. As the island loomed closer, Zane didn't approach directly. He drew a wicked-looking knife. Our cover story is that our ship was attacked by Blue Star humans on the way here. All hands lost except the 4 of us. We need to look the part. He expertly sliced several deep-looking but superficial wounds across his own arms and legs. Don't worry, kid, Caleb's main card is a healer. He can patch up minor wounds like this once we're on the island. Before Russell could fully process it, Zane grabbed his arm and drew the blade across it, creating several bloody cuts. The 3 of them were veterans, skilled at making themselves look horrifically injured without sustaining any real damage. Russell, however, was a student. Zane had to do it for him. It was the first real injury of this kind Russell had ever sustained. A sharp gasp of pain escaped his lips, but he immediately bit it back, his face pale. Yara watched him, her brow raised in grudging respect. Kid's got some nerve, she muttered under her breath. Following the signals from a pirate patrol on Skull Island, Zane steered their battered ship towards the shore. A squad captain on duty saw the 4 of them, covered in blood, and his hand immediately went to his cutlass. Stop, halt right there. What crew are you with? Zane put on a pained, subservient smile. We're with the Dry Bones pirates, sir. The captain's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Dry Bones. But the crew from Dry Bones is already here. End of chapter. Guys, check this out, it's on web novel now. Isekai Animator. When the adventurers in the tavern roar with laughter at the antics in Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. When the mortality rate for rookie adventurers plummets, all thanks to the grim lessons of Goblin Slayer. When the epic tragedy of Fate Zero completely shatters the world's naive perception of mages. When the Garden of Sinners begins to play on a loop on the first arcane television set in the world. When Steins Gate sounds the clarion call, inspiring all scholars to boldly explore the unknown. When JoJo's Bizarre Adventure unleashes a new and uniquely flamboyant style of vampire villain upon an unsuspecting populace. When the romance and economics of Spice and Wolf ignite a passion for travel and trade among the merchant guilds. When Zero starting life in another world begins to change the hearts and minds of those who discriminate against half-elves. When the dark revelations of Puella Magi Madoka Magica expose the terrible truth behind the origin of the world itself. But this has not yet come to pass. Before all this, one man, the brilliant arcane alchemist and visionary director, Darren Edward, makes a solemn vow. He will be the catalyst. He will be the one to introduce this new world to the electrifying thrill of following a series, sparking a cultural firestorm that will reshape the realm forever. 4 comments 0 vote. To be continued.